DK and Shay from TacoYaki Anime.
Yo!
And we are back for episode 83 of Munch of Ketchup.
Man, we're getting close to that 100.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
17 more episodes, so just a little over a year, and we'll hit it.
Yeah. 90? No. 8 years?
12 episodes. 12 episodes a year. 100 divided by 12? Why am I blanking on that right now?
I know.
Actually, that's over that, didn't it?
I know we started at December of 2014. So by the end of the year, the show will be 8 years old.
Yeah. 100 episode would be eight and a third. God, 8 years.
In my head, I keep saying 5 years, but that was like a year before pandemic. So
I mean, to be fair, everyone's timetables is off because of that, so I don't blame you for that.
Yeah. So yeah, we have 17 shows that we have started today. I am still mad at Funimation.
I mean, it's Funimation. At this point, we should just expect it.
It's like when I go and look at the list, it's like, okay, cool. These are on Funimation. I mean, these are on Crunchyroll. Cool. These are on Funimation. Okay. Most of these will probably not work. Oh, and one thing that I did find out is that the subtitles are iffy. Like you may get subtitles up to the intro. You may get subtitles like halfway through and they'll just cut out. And you may not get subtitles at all. And if you speak Spanish or Portuguese, you will definitely have nice subtitles because the other languages work. It's just English. They just cut out from time to time.
Nice.
So, and I have a Roku TV, which it has problems on there. So I was like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna get my old Roku and plug that into my Roku TV, Rokuception, and then try that. And the other languages work. English problems. And I'm like, okay. You know what? In the app, they added some features. They added a broadcast button. I'm like, how about I use my tablet and broadcast the screen over there? And I go, and the broadcast button's grayed out. And I'm like, why is it here if it doesn't work? And I'm like, you click it, it doesn't tell you anything. So I'm like, Google. I'm like, okay, how this stupid Funimation's being dumb again. What do I do? It's like, hey, you got a Chromecast? And I'm like, why do you have a broadcast button that only works on Chromecast? I'm like, every other app, Netflix, YouTube, you just hit cast and it connects to anything that's on your network. It's so frustrating. I am basically just putting my foot down. The website, you're getting one show for me to watch, and that is Mayuko-chan, because I really want to finish that one. And we're going to add that one to the beginning and to the end of next episode. Yes, I will go ahead and sit in front of my computer screen and watch that show for 4 hours. That is all you get. Any other show that has problems with subtitles and they're only on Funimation, I'm just boycotting it because, and it's so weird because it's like I'm paying money for the service, but then I'll just not. I'm making my girl. I'm a stand. I'm not watching these shows that are broken. So, yeah, that is my stance. So, I started the police show. It's actually pretty good. And then right before the good stuff happened, like right before it starts getting into like fighting criminals and stuff like that, it cut out. So I don't know what the second half of the episode has in it.
Oh boy.
So
you sound like me with that stuff.
Yeah, it's like switched. So You've gotten better, but you still suck. Major problems. All right. Apparently only on Roku, and I'm Roku life, so I am bad. All right, so today, 2022, first show of the year, we are adding a new feature to the show. We had this before once, but we're bringing it back, and it's like 2.0 version. We'll be giving our ratings of the show, pending ratings, and then we'll be giving our little ketchup rating, which is how much improvement it needs to get to a 5 out of 5. All right, it's gonna be rough this first episode. Like,
we'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah. All right, so first episode we're gonna be talking about first show we're gonna be talking about is Akebi-chan no Serafuku, or I think Akebi-chan's sailor uniform. Make sure. I need to double check these. Yes, Akebi's sailor uniform.
Well, this is definitely you on this one.
Yes, this show gets a 5 out of 5. Animation's gorgeous. The character designs are great. It's a very interesting look to the characters, and yeah, I can't wait to see more. Subtitles work too.
Fair enough.
Yeah. What's the studio that did this? The style for it is Cloverworks. So they did that one show with like the girl. There's like a little girl. She's going to college because she's smart or something like that, and like 2 college kids are taking care of her or something like that. I can't remember.
Oh God. Yeah.
Yeah. This show reminds me of like I think it's the same. You know what? It may not even be the same studio. I'm just linking all these clovers and clovers together, but I feel like it might be it. The show's interesting. Like the characters, their dialogue is interesting. They kind of say stuff just to say stuff. That's like kind of cool. I don't know. It's hard to put my finger on. It's kind of like carefree dialogue.
Mm-hmm.
Like they say stuff that's kind of inspiring. They say stuff that like, why did you say it that way? Are you just being weird, or
is that just because of how it was translated, or was someone just not fully sure how to speak properly?
Yeah, the dialogue is kind of off. I feel like the daughter would ask a question, and then the mother would like say something, and I'm like, you didn't answer the question though. I know you're trying to teach her, but you didn't answer the question, and I want to know the answer. So now I'm upset.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I've only seen 1 episode of this show, and yeah, I'm hooked. Like the animation, like one thing about the show is like the characters smile with their whole head, like not just their mouth, not just their eyes. Like,
was it like from one side of the head to the other?
Like, you know how there's some anime styles where the like just a whole stereotype about anime is like, oh, they got huge eyes. Like this show is like
they got big mouths.
Their whole head moves. Like one time the mom, she was like, the girl was going and like the mom smiled and like her smile went from like the edge of her head to the other edge of her head, and like her eyes were like really low, and like it's like somebody just squished her face.
So
it matched the style, but I'm like, geez. I'm like, she's really happy.
You talking about like what was it? Courage the Cowardly Dog type of smile we talking about here?
not like a big toothy grin,
Mm-hmm.
but like
But still the same size with the mouth.
Like as exaggerated as that. Like
Gotcha.
talking about smiling from ear to ear, you're like, she's smiling from ear to ear, eyebrow to eyebrow. Like her whole face is just smushed, and she's really happy. Like
that's kind of scary.
yeah, like
I'm not gonna lie, I'd be like, Mom, what's wrong with your face?
and like she was drinking some tea, so I'm like,
there's something in that tea?
is that something in that tea, or is she really proud? Like I don't know. Like the style of this the show, like it's exaggerated in certain ways. It's a unique twist, but whenever you say, oh, it's made by Cloverworks, it's like I kind of get it, and it may not be directly related to that show. It may be another studio that I can't remember that has like an exaggerated style like that. But yeah, it really fits. I like it so far. As far as the characters, um, I would say the main character is kind of like that. Like they live out in the mountains, so it's like that whole country attitude, carefree life. She's very athletic, which she spends the first episode like running and doing like gymnastic flips and stuff, and like lands in. Um, it's not a ditch. It's like water that is around the fields. I don't know if it's like an irrigation kind of thing or if it's just like the gutter, like that the country version of the gutter, so the water is not on the road. I don't know what it is, but it's like it's this purposeful area where water just goes to, and she like did like this flip in the air and landed in it. And yeah, it's like everybody in the town's all nice, like a small town is, and he's like, oh hey, jump in the back, I'll give you a ride home. She's like, okay, blah, blah, blah. She's just like sitting there. They keep showing her feet, and it's like, could just stop. Like, I'm like, is this for somebody or something? Because I'm like, I'm tired of looking at her. And like, her feet are very dexterous. Like she has a lot of control. It's just, I'm like, no, skip.
Maybe some foreshadowing for something.
I don't know. Like it's weird. Like certain things about the show like stick out to me, and like I'm like, the other character. There's this other character who, you know what? The more I think about it, I'm like, this show has
a lot of
quite
feet.
Scenes about feet. So she goes. One thing that happened in the show is basically it's named after her sailor uniform because the mom went to the school that her daughter got into, and they. One thing I'm confused about is like, don't you get a uniform from the school, or they know they partner with a uniform company, and they're like, go get your uniform from this here, and like here's your voucher, or you have to pay for it or whatever. They went to the fabric store and like bought it and made it themselves. And I'm like, I guess like old fashioned ways. Like
if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, so like her mom's like a seamstress and she's like really good as far as making outfits and stuff like that. So they bought the they bought the material and all that kind of stuff, and like her mom like spent days working on it and making it, and it was like this cool like reveal of it, and it's like wow. And it's really cool because normally when you think of like the sailor uniform as far as like what you wear at school, it's kind of like a staple. It's like, oh yeah, you're wearing the uniform. And like for them to like put this much emphasis on it and have this huge reveal, I'm like, that's really cool. Then time for her to start school. She goes, and as she's like gets up to the school, she notices that everybody else is in blazers because is modern days now, and that's what the uniform is.
Gotcha.
And she's embarrassed, and I think her mom. I can't remember if her mom got called to the school or she went there to school with her, but they ended up in the principal's office, and they're like, and the mom's like, I am so sorry. When I went here, it was a uniform, and I didn't read the like instructions carefully.
Of course not.
So I'm so sorry. And the principal was like, yes, my mom made me a uniform when I was younger, when I attended the school as well. And yeah, I'm like, let's go ahead and make an exception. So you can go ahead and wear it. And like the girl's like mixed because she's like, I don't want to be like the standout one where it's like
Yeah.
only person in the school that has it. But my mom worked really, really hard on it, and I've been wanting to wear one for years. This is why I actually chose this school.
Mm-hmm.
One of the main reasons. Another reason is because my mom went there. So it's like it's so conflicted, and I'm like, I don't even know what like make an exception for. But then it's like makes an exception for everybody else. And I'm like, but they had already like either paid money or made blazers, and then you're like, oh, now I need to make another uniform. And it's like, I guess make it for people who want that and they want to make another one, then you should allow it since you're allowing one person.
Yeah. You'd think there'd be more people allowed to do that if they choose to.
Yeah. So I'm just like, I feel so awkward. I'm like, why did you read the paper? So, yeah, it's a really, really interesting show. Like, it evokes a lot of emotion, and like they're really, really good at developing the characters. Like the sister, like she's adorable. Like the baby
Mm-hmm.
sister. Uh, it's one of those things where it's like the older sister is going from one of those schools where it's like K through right before high school, and
Mm-hmm.
then now her sister is not going to be in school with her anymore. She's going off to another school. Like she's going off to high school, and now the sister's by herself at school. So you're like, she's good. She's sad. And then like the younger sister has this attitude where it's like, I don't care what the world thinks. You promised, and it's like she was super excited about the sailor uniform just like everybody else was, and then she doubted herself and she was like, maybe I'll get the blazer, and her sister got upset. She was like, no, you said you loved it and now you don't want to wear it and mom made it, and I'm like, no, you're too young to understand. But you're right.
Yeah, you are right, but
I was like, yes, I love this show. This show's 5 out of 5, and I've only seen one episode.
that's a pretty tall order.
Yeah. So, yeah, I can't wait to see what happens next.
Hopefully, it continues on that 5 out of 5 for you.
Oh yeah. All right. The next show we're gonna be talking about is Aifureta Shogokyu de Sekai Saikyo Season 2. Or
Yeah, I'll let you finish.
uh, From Commonplace to the World's Strongest.
Mm-hmm. So, if I were to give this one a score, I would probably put it at a 4 out of 5. Could use a little catch up. And honestly, I don't necessarily know. I've watched the first 3 or 4 episodes so far,
Mm-hmm.
and I can't necessarily say what catch up it needs in order to improve. It's hard to say because this is the second season.
Yeah, so like more of the same and like.
Mhm. my expectations, I mean, are leveled as far as it goes because the first season kind of had its tumultuous, yin and yang sort of situation where they had some character development and you kind of played around with some of the other characters and whatnot. But I think what kind of bugs me is that we really don't have like a huge amount of backstory on each of these characters. Like there's one, two, three, four main characters altogether. Um, you have the guy who was a transplant from another world, our world, I think, who gained some abilities and powers, and then he ends up getting betrayed by someone he thought he could trust. And in so doing, he gains the abilities he has. So, whereas at first he was very upset with being betrayed as he was, when he got back, he kind of decided he was just going to leave well enough alone and not bother with it. Um, his overarching goal, as far as it goes, it seems like I want to say like when these kids got transported from our world to their world, it was abrupt, and so far there's I think from what I was told or remember from the first season, there's no clear way of how to get back. They were transported in order to fight off the demon lord, of course, as with most of these fantasy things are, but nothing is necessarily said about what happens after the fact, after they do actually accomplish it. And he kind of took that as considering the way he gained his abilities and how things progress from there. He kind of gives the middle finger to God essentially, or any of the gods in this world, and just says, "Screw you. I don't like what you're doing. I don't like why you're doing it, and I feel like there's some underhanded things going on that you're not informing us about." And the opening of the first episode actually had him facing what looked to be some sort of like archangel, but ended up being a goddess. So he's trying to go to each of these locations that he knows about in order to gain more power, in order for him to be able to stand a chance to be able to go up against a god of any sort. Because at this point, he just wants to pretty much burn the whole hierarchy down and just be like, no, you guys are just as bad, just as evil as anyone else, and you're causing just as many issues. So screw you, basically. Um, I don't necessarily know if he'll succeed, but he has a slew of characters with him. One of which being a vampire, one of which being a bunny girl, and one of which being a female shape-shifting dragon. Um, I mean, they're all cool characters. I enjoy them a lot. I think the little intrigue that they leave for each of these episodes is interesting, and I think that it's definitely adds more depth to it. The only thing I really have necessarily a problem with is just how little we get told about the characters themselves. As of late, they have decided to um, increase, I guess, the it. He keeps getting more power. He's trying to get to where he can actually face off against the gods. But now the demons are taking an interest in him because in so doing, he's kind of making an enemy out of them, more or less. So I don't know. I mean, he kind of establishes himself as an anti-hero because he doesn't necessarily give a damn about anyone else, only those close enough to him. But even then, the work that he's doing is sort of like intuitive of just being a hero. So even though he'd rather look the other way when a lot of things happen and mind his own business till he can actually do what he wants to do, which is just basically kill the gods. He wants to go Kratos on up on him, basically. Um, yeah, he still tries to help people when he can.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily a bad anime. I wouldn't. It's probably it's. I feel like it's slightly above average in regards to it, which is why I would say I'd give it a 4.
Okay.
Maybe they can reach that 5, but I just don't know. I feel like
Okay.
since we're on season 2 already, the track they're going down pretty much tells me they're going to keep with what they're doing and not really focus too much on anything other than what the main character, the first guy's main character is trying to do.
Okay.
So
Uh, Um, have they added any new new characters that are interesting?
not yet.
Okay.
At
Uh,
least not to the hero's party. And in fact, at this point, I think they're even going to be losing a person of his party where they currently are at. But I don't know.
okay.
We'll see. Because he rescued a little girl a while back, which was like a mermaid girl.
Uh,
And the last episode I watched of the series, which I think just came out Thursday of this week, um, he was at the mom's house finally and returning the child to her.
uh, okay.
So
Okay.
yeah, like I said, Joe's out there. I watch a lot of probably like mid-grade animes when it comes to fantasy. Like there's a lot of just middle of the road fantasy out there that's not horrible, but it's not great anyway. Anyways, it's not like really redefining the genre in any sort of way, shape, or form.
Mhm.
But it's still good on its own. But I will say that, I feel like there's a lot more potential. And maybe it's just a translation from its source material over to anime that they're cutting a lot of the more interesting parts out, probably,
Mhm.
where it explains more of what's going on and how things are and this, that, and the other thing. But until they come up with something, I'm just like, all right, well, I'll still watch it, but it's not going to be one of the ones that I'm just like, oh my God, I need to see the next episode right now.
Okay.
They left things on a cliffhanger from this last episode, and I'd all but forgotten it until they went and did their like last time on basically, DBZ and essentially. So
Cute, cute, cute. All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is Q. So this is,
oh, you.
yeah, this is.
So how much did you hate it?
So yeah, this show for me gets a 4. Basically, my 4 means that it is doing what it should, and I like it. It's not like a standard show where it's like, oh, I already know how this is gonna play out.
Mhm.
All the characters are interesting so far. It's gonna be one of those shows where there's like 15 main character, like 15 like
Oh
secondary
God,
characters, and you gotta like hop around from one to the next. Uh,
that's kind of horrible.
yeah, definitely an ensemble cast, and
I
yeah,
I forget about characters after when you get past like 8 or 10 or something like that. Just like, come
yeah,
on, there's too many characters involved now. We need to cut corners.
yeah. It kind of reminds me of Uma Musume, where it's like, oh, there's like 15 horse girls. And it's like, which one's your favorite? And that's the one you pay attention to. All the rest, they're like, oh, they're there too, but I like her.
Yeah.
um, so yeah, I only see the first episode, and the first episode was a wild ride. Oh my god. Yeah, it's you follow the main character. I think it's the girl in the red, and she has a bunch of jobs already, or she's doing a bunch of different things, and now she wants to actually like go for her career, what she actually wants to do. She ends up going to this new agency. I can't remember what it's called. And she finds the place. And then when she walks in, there's like all these moving boxes everywhere. And I'm like, huh, are they closing down? And like she has to save them? I don't know. Like I'm trying to figure out what this whole story's gonna be. And what you end up finding out is that that place like just launched like this morning. like they haven't moved in yet. They just got the keys to the building. Like it's brand new. And 15 characters just show up. I don't know the exact number, but it's like too many. And it's like every character just walks in the door. Be like, oh, is this the right place? They're like, yeah, stay over there. Oh, is this the right place? They're like, yeah, stay right there. Like, oh my God, I couldn't find this place. And it's like just one after the other, after the other, after the other. I'm like,
that's just too much. That's just too much. I mean, come on.
And then the one person who's like second in command, she's there, and like she basically had one of the girls help her unpack everything right before everybody got there. And as everybody's coming in, she's like, oh, okay, now that everybody's here, we're actually going to do this part of the process. And they're like, wait, you just said that we were going to introduce ourselves. And like, yeah, there's been an emergency thing, like something urgent has come up, and we actually need y'all to start work today. And they're like, okay. And like they're all new to the industry, so they're like, I'm pretty sure everybody else was nervous, and they're like, I don't know what they're gonna have us do today. And they're like, oh, you just have to introduce yourselves. I'm like, okay, I can do that. And then she's like, oh no, you're starting today, right now. We're actually about to leave and go start doing some auditions. And me, I'm like, I don't understand how this works. This is basically like class field trip day one. And basically there's like all these other productions going on, and they basically are all on like a team. And it's like, all right, you four, you're gonna go to this place. You three, you're gonna go here. And like they all just file in and do their auditions. And you like find out, you don't find out who gets the part yet, of course, because they're like, cliffhanger, we're gonna show you that next episode. But it's
what is it with this season? Freaking cliffhangers, man. This cliffhangers this season are ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know. But it's like, it's interesting. It's one of those shows that's like, we're gonna show you another side of the industry. We're gonna show you like something that you probably haven't seen before. And for me, this is a fresh like take on it, because all the other shows that I've seen that have been like, that has to do with voice acting, there's been one that has dived into that has dove into the subject a little bit in a more concentrated fashion, instead of like, oh, one of the characters is a voice actress, another one is a manga designer, like stuff like that. So I don't, because that other show, it had Goku's voice actress in it, so that was interesting. And I believe that there's been a couple other ones that I mentioned and I just completely forgot about, or I couldn't find.
Trying to reject out of your mind.
Yeah, so this one, I don't know. It's like the subtitles work. I like it so far. I'm like, they kind of threw me for a loop day one. I'm interested like where everything goes. As far as the characters go, like it's a smorgasbord. Like you have the main character and she fits like protagonist girl, and then you have like, I don't know, they're like turning knobs on personalities. Like, this is the quiet girl that always gets lost, and she's probably also gets hungry too, but they haven't showed you that yet because they haven't showed me food yet. This girl, she's like weird, like, you know, the kind of weird, like she dresses like super decadent and like has this type of makeup that I don't know, but you, the viewer, probably know.
It's that how would they call it? The glam girl look or something like that?
Oh no, not that type. But it's like,
Okay.
because I know that's gal, like
Gal, that's right,
yeah,
gal.
yeah, like Japanese version of a Valley Girl kind of makeup.
You wouldn't be wrong.
Yeah, it's no, it's like the fancy, like it's like probably maybe like some type of traditional Japanese makeup that's like worn by a specific person at a specific time, and it's
Mm,
like it's obscure, but you, the viewer, may know what it is.
gotcha.
Um, and then like different flavors of like regular person. So it's like a very varied cast. And you're gonna find your favorite, and then you're gonna follow her throughout the season. Um, does it's like does the show need anything else? Not really. It's like following a formula, and I like the formula so far. I don't know where it's going because they're like, oh, you thought that we're gonna meet each other and then come back tomorrow. Nah, nah, we're flipping the script. So,
Of course.
so yeah, I'm on board.
That's good.
All right. The next show we're gonna be talking about is Fantasy Bishojo Jun Iku Oji Santo. So we we mentioned this last episode, and
Wait, which one hasn't queued up yet on there? Oh, here we go. Oh God, no. No, 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 no. Did I say no? Because I'm pretty sure no. Um, I couldn't even finish watching one episode of this one.
Oh, you started it?
I started it. I started it. I couldn't finish watching it. There's a reason I didn't put it on my list. I'm just like I can't. I can't. That was so. Each their own. I'm sure there's an audience out there for it. I'm sure there's people out it who would absolutely love to see it and think it's just absolutely the funniest thing in the world. I'm just so there was so much cringe in that entire thing that I am just like, why?
I give this show a 3. It
Yes.
like the goddess is weak. The two characters, they did answer my question, whether it's like, why would this synopsis work out? And it's like the first couple minutes, I'm like, oh yes, exactly. I called it. The other guy has like this desire to be a girl, and his friend is in love with him, and he won't admit it.
It's just so weird. It is so weird. I can't. I oh God, and I'm just an open-minded individual. I always say I'm an open-minded individual. I can't. This has got to be like a 1 for me on it
Okay.
because it is just so cringeworthy. Um, yeah, like I immediately saw what was going to happen and how it was going to happen, and I'm like, okay, I feel like, and maybe I'm projecting this, but I'm like, I feel like even if you wanted to be turned into a girl and the guy that you have friends with has feelings for you, the fact that it's like almost love at first sight with them in regards to their interactions after they get transported into the magical world, but they're like they go for it, but they stop, but they go for it, but they're like, I'm like, why is this even a question? Like, yes, you've wanted to be a girl for however long, and you have feelings for him, but the him is now a her, and you're just gonna roll with it. And like you, as the guy, got turned into a woman, which, granted, I get that's what you wanted, but you would think there would be this point, and like for at least the first couple of, I don't know, months or so, that you'd be like, okay, I need to everyone just stop what you're doing. I need to get my head wrapped around this because this is all very weird.
The one issue that I have with this show is the vagueness. Like, I don't fully understand the goddess yet. I'm like, as far as like design wise, I'm like, yeah, she could be like the whole chromy, colorful, warped kind of thing, but it's just like I don't like the way it looks. Um,
It just,
why? Why is she
yeah,
that? Why is she that color? Like she didn't
yeah.
have to be. There's no reason. Um, like you said, like adjusting to your new body. I'm like, are you just denying that your wishes come true? Kind of like
I
she's
just
like,
I'm
ah,
like,
I hate it. And I'm like, you know, that part. I'm like, either go along with it or like completely refute it. I'm like, but then it's like, is it the curse? Because they said, oh, it's the curse. It's the curse. Gosh, she's gorgeous. I don't know. Like, I'm like, was that actually the curse? Like, somebody please let me know. Or are they just both blaming it on the curse? Like,
I'm like this whole time I'm like, y'all are going like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Like you get you have an interesting premise about you, but I feel like, and maybe it's just because they've adapted it into anime, so there are things lost in translation or that couldn't be shown because of it. But I'm just like, you know as well as I do that old like trope meme of like, what would you a guy do if you all of a sudden woke up in the body of a female instead of your own body? You know
yeah,
what I mean? And it's like the reactions you would have there, I guarantee you, would be the reactions for a while. You'd be like, these are boobs. How do I have boobs now? This is weird. I have nothing down there. How do I even make that work? I've spent my entire life with this in mind, but like it's, you're like you go from being like, man, I really wish I was a woman, to being like, you're a woman. How'd that work? And then like my first thought would be like, is it reversible? Can we change this? Or is it gonna get, is there a time limit to this? I'm like, do I need to be concerned about this at some point down the line? I don't know.
yeah. And it's like their whole relationship with the goddess. It's kind of like Aqua's. Like, what show is that where like he's like, I'm here to reincarnate you, and then just misunderstanding argument, and they just got in a fight, and then and then they're like, boom, now you're in the new world, and it's like very inconveniently because you pissed off the person who brought you here, who was supposed to give you some stuff, and I'm like, was she supposed to give you something else? Like, do you
Hmm.
know what you're supposed to be doing? Like, they just got in an argument with her, and then like she's like, fuck y'all, and left. I'm like. He's like, I gave you a gift and you don't appreciate it. Just left. And I'm like, what are we gonna do now?
Hmm.
Like, like
I
you
agree.
said that he found out that like there's like different plant life, different animals, that crazy monsters and stuff. And I'm like, y'all don't, y'all like just like beat up the guide and like threw him off a cliff and he's like, I'll figure it out. And I'm like, what the? So yeah, I'm like, because of the way this first episode started out. I think that this show is just gonna be a mess the whole way through.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
And I'm not okay with that because I don't know what's supposed to be happening. Like,
Well,
I'm
I
fine
mean,
with me knowing how everything's supposed to work and then the characters being oblivious because they're idiots. Like, they didn't drag me down, and I'm like, guys, I don't even have the map now. What the hell? So, yeah.
it just baffles my mind. I'm sorry, just like again, maybe it's because they're rushing the material and something in like the original material was more of like an explanation, or they seem to take their time a little more and figure out themselves first before they're like, let's go on adventures and then have awkwardness between the two of us because of the fact that I'm a girl now and you've always had a thing for me. I mean, it's like, I don't know. It bugs me.
Yeah.
The whole
So,
thing bugs me.
I guess what what could this show do to, like, I feel like this show's gonna be a mess the whole way through. So I don't
Mhm.
really desire anything other than I want to know what's supposed to be happening. I want to know how the world's supposed to work, and then I'll watch them stumble through and possibly get to wherever they're supposed to be going.
In order for me to give this a higher ranking, there's a couple things that got to happen. One, they have to freaking take their time. Like this is the most awkwardest situation you could be in. Again, it's like those old like internet things where someone posts and being like, if you woke up in the as the opposite gender, what would be the first thing you would do? Whereas, people would have smart aleck responses, but I'm just like sitting here going, scream bloody murder and what the hell just happened? And is it irreversible? Or
Yeah,
is there a time limit on this? Am I going to be like in the midst of walking in a bikini top and all of a sudden revert back to a guy or something? Like that would be awkward. Let's try to avoid that situation.
yeah,
You know, it's like first they would need to figure themselves out. Second, I want more character development than what they gave us in that first episode.
yeah.
Like all we know is one of them's wanting to get hooked up with a chick, and the other one has feelings for the other person. Like at least in the first like 15 minutes of it, that's basically all the information I got about these two individuals.
One thing the guy kept saying was like 25 years, 25 years, 25 years. And I'm like, what are y'all, 40? I'm like, did y'all meet at the job and been working together for 20 years? And then he's like, I'm 32. And I'm like, so you met when y'all were 7. So y'all are childhood friends?
And like, how does that not make it like okay?
I'm like, how come y'all haven't
Maybe
explained that
it's
yet?
maybe it's just because like I've seen too much anime in that regards, and that's my thought process immediately goes there. But it's like every time we've had someone who knows the other person really well, like the fact that they're like you basically grew up with them essentially for all intents and purposes. How how do you not have that awkwardness? I don't care how much you like him, and the fact that he turns into a girl, that's freaking awkward. You've had to have shared moments with each other. You've had to have like I mean it's just like I don't get it. I don't know why it's like burning like freaking brain cells in my head to go like how why? But it is, and I'm just like
That's the main. It doesn't make sense for them to have known each other for 2 decades and for them to be acting like that. I'm
yeah.
like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. So
Um,
character development needs to happen. Plot structure needs more refinement. That's for damn sure. I mean, I honestly, considering the stories that come out, I would love to sit in on one of those discussions. Like if the developer or the people who are making it or get together like once a month, once every 3 months, once every 6 months, I don't know. But they get together and like, all right, we're coming across a new series or a new season coming up. Let's get some ideas. What we doing? What we doing? Who the hell came up with, hey, let's take that old trope of, they go into another world, but this time one wants to be turned into a girl and the other one likes the other one very much. Who came up with that? Who was just like, brilliant, let's do it. Cut, paste, let's put it out there. It just seems so weird.
We've talked about shows that has like an aspect of that, where it's like
they are, but they're awkward with it. They accurately portray the awkwardness that comes with that. Because there was that one where it was, shoot, a guy turns into a girl and he's like a magical girl essentially, but in his form there are others that are liking him for what that is.
Yeah.
And then they find out that it's him that gets transformed into a girl, which is the reason why he looks like what he does.
Actually, the one I'm thinking is the opposite.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a guy. No, it's a girl, and she changes into a magical guy. Remember that, like, the one with the squirrels carrying the guy off, and then, like, the dudes, they're all, like, muscular, and, like, the magical stick's actually, like, a stick that you beat the monsters with instead of, like, an actual magical stick.
I have no idea about that one. I'm sure I thought into that one a little more. I might be able to be like, but no, I ain't nothing ringing a bell in that regard. But yeah, I'm just like, God, it's like, this seems to me like a half completed project. Like they just were just like, we don't. Someone was like, hey, boss, this shit makes no sense. Their interactions make no sense. None of it freaking makes any sense. I don't care. Go with it. All right, we'll do it. We'll do it. I mean, I feel like that's what the conversation went. I mean, seriously, it's like, geez.
Yeah. I'm gonna give it some more episodes because
God help you. Just God help you. I feel like this is gonna be one of the ones where like the freaking ceiling fan's gonna fall apart. Just like, I don't know, things are just gonna break, and you're like, so much wrongness. I can't even like comprehend. It's gonna be like, they're. What is it gonna happen? Like they're gonna get transported back to their world and be like, who are you? Wait, you're. Haven't you known each other forever? Why? Never mind. I'm good. y'all do you. I'm fine. I don't know. Weird shit. It breaks my mind. It breaks my mind. Not many things can break my mind in that regards, but this is one of those that I'm just like, this breaks my mind.
Yeah. We shall see.
Yeah.
All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is How the Realists Built the Kingdom Part 2. I don't know what I mean, though.
This is good. I would say this is a 4. It's 4 almost virgin on a 5, honestly.
Okay.
As far as it goes, for what it is, like it doesn't pretend to be something more than what it is. Like when you hear the title, "How a Realist Hero Rebuilt the Kingdom," that is 100% factual. Like it is literally what the hell is going on. There is no question about this. And the approach that they take on this, and in opposite regards to the previous one we were talking about, the approach that they take with this makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a guy who he lived in Japan and he wanted to be like, he wanted to be a leader. He wanted to be the top like driving force in his in the Japanese government and whatnot. I mean, he may not have been like emperor or whatever they have at the moment, but he wanted to be that main person, and he had the ability to, but that's because he did his research. Like he looked, what does the economy of a government need? What do the people need? What were the pitfalls? And see, this is what I love about this one so much. In our day and age and everything going on, one thing I can say over and over and over again that I feel like does not get enough thought into is that if you do not learn from the past, you're doomed to repeat its mistakes. And he's actually taken the time to go, okay, what did this ruling party do wrong? Where was their pitfall? What did they not focus on? What was it that caused their downfall? Why were these kingdoms so big and yet they just died overnight essentially? Like what was it that caused this to happen? And he's making sure that he does not follow in those footsteps. And I think it's brilliant. I'm like, this is amazing. It's not like heavy focused on action. It's not like I'm always curious as to what he's going to do or how he's going to handle situations. And I'll give you an example in that regards because recently he was dealing with people who were traitors. And that's a hard call to make. Because yes, they were traitors, but they're good at what they do for the kingdom as a whole. So it's like, do you take the safe route and go, I'm going to just, get rid of them, kill them. And so that way there's no way for another insurrection or a questioning of my authority. Or do you try to still take some sort of advantage of their capabilities and keep them around? And which was funny is that he has 12 council with him who are ones who help with various smaller areas around the kingdom and whatnot. And he was asking them what he felt they should do. And then out of nowhere, he says something or it has a signal. All of a sudden, these freaking almost like ninja looking dudes come up behind 10 of these councilmen, kill them just like that. And everyone in that room were all of a sudden just, what the hell's going on? What the hell just happened? Now, this entire time and before this, he'd been quoting a book done by someone who said that if you're going to do something outrageous, something diabolical, something like almost that could be viewed as like inhumane, it's better to do all of them at one time than to piecemeal it out.
Yeah.
Because if you make it to where all of your any atrocities that you do as a king in order to cinch your rule and to make things run the way you want it to, if you do them all at once, people know what you're capable of. And yes, there is a ruling by fear, but there's also a ruling by respect. And as long as you give them enough reasoning as to why you did what you felt you had to do, you gain that respect. And he goes into saying that even though those two that he had on trial were traitors, those other councilmen were the ones kind of pulling the strings behind their backs. And he made a comment about, wanting to know what their opinions were. And he asked one of the surviving councilmen, he was like, you broke apart from their party and you were actually speaking your mind. He's like, the opinions that they stated already today, do you feel like those were the opinions that they had from previous? And he's like, no. They basically, any opinions they state out to the public, they go with whatever is the current standard. So they were like agreeing with the king, but behind his back, they were doing underhanded things, sort of thing.
Politicians.
Exactly. So he shortcut that and went, no, I'm getting rid of them. They're all gone. All of them. But see, that's a hard call to make. That is, as a person, if you think of as a person in our own right, in our own world, to make that call of basically executing 10 individuals. And after the whole meeting was over with and done, he was going back to his office in his room, and he kind of had a moment where the one lady that he's with and then his bodyguard were looking at him going, "Are you okay?" And he's like, "I'm fine. I'm fine." But after he went into his room and said he didn't want to be disturbed, they looked at each other, and she's like, "How? Why does it look like he's a warrior coming home from war that he first, had to do? Like this is the first battle, like war, like a soldier, like he's a soldier coming home from a war that was his first war ever." And it's like, yeah, it's a heavy burden. It's a mental fatigue on one's own consciousness, because yes, you made that call, but now you have to live with making that call, whether it had been right or wrong. You sentence people to death, and you can never take that back. And I'm like, man, this is going heavier and deeper than I thought. Like a lot of other ones really portray in a lot of that situations and going for. Because like, you go to an isekai where you're like you transported to another realm, and most of them are like, "Oh, I got this, and I'm gung ho, and I'm the hero, and I'll handle this." And they may go through their struggles or whatever, but it's never like to this point where you see the actual look of them, and you almost feel it from the way that they handle themselves afterwards. And you're like, oh man, that's deep.
Yeah, this one seems like it has the main character has to realistically deal with the world instead
Hmm.
of all they have to be concerned about is defeating the demon lord so they can go back home.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And he's handling his own kingdom and what he has to manage here. He's handling the fact that there's a much more powerful kingdom off to the west that is handling the demon situation, but he's trying to kind of make an alliance with them undercover. And then he's also handling the fact that he has another smaller kingdom next to him that is trying to undermine his authority and take over his kingdom. So like there's a lot of fronts that he's having to kind of like coordinate through all of this.
Oh my.
And I don't envy him in any sort of way, but at the same time, the way he approaches it and how he handles himself and how, like, again, the first, I don't know, say what, 8 episodes of the series focused on him helping his people. Like his primary focus, yes, he knew there was another kingdom who was like starting shit with him, and he knew that some of his upper regiment in his kingdom were being coerced by them, but his focus was feeding his people. He's like, we don't have enough food. And all the people around him were like, well, I mean, yeah, we can look into that, but why are you making it such a priority? And he goes, because if I don't, what's going to happen to the people? People will only work on with little to no food for only so long before they have enough. And they're like, nah, we're gonna take it by force if we have to. He's like, I want to avoid that. I want the people behind me. And I'm like, that's a really realistic viewpoint on that. Yeah, it kind of made for like the first part of the season to be very kind of slow, but it was also very interesting. So, anyways.
Good, good.
Oh.
The next show we're going to be talking about is Genso Sangoshi Tengen Reishiki, or I thought I went through and loaded everything up, but that one was not there. Or Fantasia Sango, Realm of Legends.
This is a 0. I don't think you could pour enough ketchup and other condiments on this bad boy to make it feasible, plausible, anywhere near good. I don't know if it's because maybe they're pulling off of like Chinese lore and they're figuring, oh, our target audience and people who are going to be watching this are going to know all about this anyways. We don't need to go into detail about this. Let's just get to the good shit. Because oh my god, I know a bit about lore and I know a bit having watched a lot of shit and having known my culturally I enjoy Eastern culture in a lot of ways. I got lost in this one like 5 minutes into it. I seriously rewatched the first 10 minutes like 3-4 different times, going, wait, did I miss something? Wait, no, this is wrong. How did we get here? Wait, why are we fighting these guys now? Wait, how are you not asking questions about what the fuck's going on?
Is this season 1?
Yeah. This confused the shit out of me in about 5 minutes from watching, I swear. Their goddess put together a team. Who? I don't know who. Why? I don't know why. Where? And apparently there's one of them, I guess there's some sort of miasma where the demons come from, and there's one little girl who can actually absorb the miasma to a certain extent and becomes like uses it to transform parts of her body into like a demon form in order to fight demons. But then if she gets too much, she goes into like berserker mode. And I'm like, meanwhile, the demon's here, and I don't know if the demons are their own thing or if they're humans who have been turned for some reason, because the one they faced, they ended up like coercing back into human, sort of, but they couldn't extract the demon that had, like, I don't know if it's like anger from people that brings it about, or if like there is some sort of like soul or demonic presence that is like searching for this shit. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I don't know what the freaking bad guys are doing or why they're there. I don't know why this goddess forms this team or how she forms this team or who these people even are. Like as their abilities were being shown, I'm like, oh, he can do that. Oh, wait, he can do that. Oh, he can do that now. Okay. Wait, now she can do that. How does he know that she can do they know each other? Was there some sort of like lost back history, or is he just sung about in like lore and therefore she just automatically knew what all right, cool. We're just gonna go with it. All right. Like it never stopped. I'm like, why? Where does this come from? Give me a little bit of backstory, just a tiny bit. Explain something. And why does the green haired dude not like to fight, but he's in the middle of the goddamn fight, and they feel like they need him when he's complaining about being there in the first place?
And it's not like the blonde dude from Demon Slayer, where it's like he doesn't want to be there, but once he switches over, we need him.
Yeah, then he's freaking amazing or whatever. No, he is just like he can do shit, but he's gonna complain like a whiny little bitch about it for like half the goddamn episode and go, woe is me, why am I even here in the middle of all this, when obviously he has some sort of power because he's able to do crazy freaking mind bending shit. I don't know. And meanwhile, the blue guy in the blue pulls out like this calligraphy set and draws stuff on paper and things start happening while he does it or whatever. I don't know.
Somebody else had that power. Who was that?
Like he wrote like heavy or binding on it, and it attached to the back of the demon and immediately dropped him to the ground and pinned him essentially.
Yeah, there was somebody else in another show that had like they would like draw monsters and then like shoot the monster off the page.
He hadn't done that.
And
No.
then like whenever it got killed, it would just turn into ink and die. Yeah. Okay. Well.
I don't know. He sounds cooler than this guy did. Let's just be fair about that. What you described sounds cooler than this guy.
Is it Naruto?
I'm sure
And
they
like,
did.
yeah, it's Naruto. And then the guy that when
Oh yeah, you're talking about that weird dude that came in on the.
Yeah, when Sasuke left, they replaced him.
Yeah,
Yeah. Damn, I haven't thought about that in a long time.
Yeah, and I stopped watching not long after that point.
Yeah.
That's why it kind of like didn't click for me on that. But anyways, characters are whatever. I don't even care about them, and they try to pull on being like, oh, the poor little girl, she's gonna go berserk, and I'm like, why would I care? What have I known these guys? Do I know their backstory? Do I know where they come from? Do I know what they do? No. So why would I care? And the story is about as generic as you can. There's demons, go kill them. Why is there demons? Where did they come from? What type of demons are they? What is their purpose? Why? How can we stop them? Is there a reason to stop them?
Are
Or are
they
they
the
just going to
bad
be a
guys?
constant threat? Are they bad guys? Are you the bad guys? I don't even know. Your goddess seems like a bitch. I mean, she's just like, here you go, put you all together. Oh, by the way, that little girl over there, yeah, she can wig out and kill all of you. Bye. And I'm like, what the hell? How did that happen? Who greenlit this? Who directed this? I don't know if it was like came from a manga and the manga had so much more or explained so much more, or if it came from a short story or whatever. Or if the freaking material it came from is just as bad. I don't know. I usually know that the anime adaptation usually takes a huge chunk out of whatever it is that they typically do with it. And if that's the case, the director of this, y'all fucked up. Best I can say. Y'all fucked up.
This kind of reminds me of that situation where like Amazon's like, hey, we can make games, we got money, and then they try to make a game and it doesn't work.
Yeah. I don't what was the studio behind this one? Who was the studio behind this one?
Geek Toys.
Y'all y'all need help.
Did you
I
like
don't
Plunderer?
Yeah.
Okay, same people.
Y'all need help. Like this was bad. This was bad. Like it hurts. So no, this is a 0 for me. I'm hoping I never have to give an anime a 0 again. But goddamn, did this one hurt? This was
There's
I
there's one show that was similar, but we're like, why is this happening? Why is that happening? Who's that? Who's this? As soon as you started, I was like, you know what? This seems familiar.
yeah.
It was the one that had all the like they were fighting on a pyramid, and there was like oceans of zombies, and he was like killing them for some reason.
Mm.
But yeah, many years ago.
Well, it has a 44% rating, which actually seems too generous to me on any chart. So let me just make my corrections on this of not watching anymore on any chart. By the way.
All right. Well, show we're gonna be talking about is Kinja Deshi no Nanoru Kinja, or She Professed Herself Pupil of the Wise Man. I wanted to watch this one.
So, this so far is, I would say, a 3. It's probably about as average as average as average. It's not to say it doesn't have its high points, because it does. It does have its high points. But I don't, at this point, feel like there's a lot else going on. There seems to be some more under the radar things that could be happening. The basis of this story is the wise man is this is like an RPG or like VR type game basically, and him and a group of his friends created a kingdom of their own, and it was him, one of his friends was the king, and then 9 other people that they were friends with became like the 9 guardians of the kingdom or whatever, which were they were like super powerful, and they defended the kingdom or whatever. um the old man basically is, his ability is he's a summoner. So he is known as, I think they even say it there, or do they? Anyways, he's like the 100 army summoner or whatever, because literally most summoners can only summon a few at a time at most. He can summon essentially his own army to his beck and call at
So
any
like
point in time.
Naruto again. Why is Naruto showing up in this episode so many times?
Well, so but see, for this, it's they're more. Whereas, yeah, you're talking about the clonal jutsu stuff like that.
Yeah, Shadow Clones.
Yeah, his is more like he has like, I think, 60 like Black Knights, um, and then like 20 Valkyrie, and then some other thing, and then like an actual dragon as his beck and call.
Okay.
And then he himself has magic that he uses to amplify his physical attributes, so he can actually join in the battle should he choose to or need to. Um, but he goes on a mission, and then when he comes back, or before he comes back, he passes out, and then all of a sudden wakes up in a field, and he's this girl. He has no idea how that happened. He had won the battle that he had been previously in, and apparently, according to the timeline, or according to what happened, him and his friends and everyone, they were all got trapped in this game. And no one knows why, but time has progressed. So like he apparently was in some sort of like slumber for like 20, 30 years or something like that.
Oh.
Because the 9 guardians that were there just disappeared. And like there are still some people that know of him, but now there are people that don't even know of the 9 guardians or think they're like myth essentially.
Okay.
Um so yeah, it's there are points where I'm like, okay, you're kind of skipping over things. Can we have a little more explanation on certain things? Let's get a little more details on these things. Um, but then also at the same time, I also enjoy the fact that there are the interactions that they have with these things, and obviously there is some sort of overarching storyline involved with all of this that is taking place. We as the viewer just don't know because the hero and those we're following don't know, and we're all a little bit like in the dark about it. Um, but in regards to the fact that he is a little girl instead of the man that he was, an old man, which in his real form, in real life, he's also a guy. His reactions to the fact that he is now a little girl make sense. Because the very first time he had to use the restroom, frickin' panicked. How am I doing this? What the hell's going on? How does this work? Like, he's essentially he's a newborn, doesn't know what the fuck's going on, has no idea on what she can do now at this point. So it's like that makes sense. Now he's kind of gotten used to the fact that he is kind of a girl because I think we're now like a couple of weeks into it. And I think one person he's now been tasked with trying to find the other 9 um superpowered people that he was with before because they've disappeared. He has no idea where no one in the kingdom knows where the hell they're at. But he's like, "Oh, well, maybe I can find them and we can figure this shit out." So he's trying to go around and find them and at one point, I guess one of the people that he found the lair of one of the people that he had been a part of, and I guess he had a thing for dress up or whatever because he had a whole bunch of like a clothes wardrobe.
Mhm.
And he started going through and going, "Oh, I can have a change of clothes." And then of course none of the clothes fit him because they were all like he had like a whole bunch of maids, but they're all like bigger, more bustious maids or whatever than what he is. So he's
Uh,
just like none of these clothes fit. God damn it. But yeah, like I said, it's not anything stupendous. It's not we're not breaking the genre here as far as fantasy essentially isekai things go, but
mhm.
I think at the same time it's an interesting watch, and I have no issue with anyone who is at least even somewhat curious about fantasy type genres and isekais to be able to watch it.
Okay.
So
Uh, how do you like the characters so far?
I like the interactions. I think between so his friend who's the king and himself, when he came back as the girl, there are certain things like if you're good friends, you're gonna have that sort of relationship where you're gonna like tease the shit out of somebody or like, make fun of them or whatever. You get that with this because the king was laughing his ass off when he found out who this was. Because he was like, "Oh my God, you spent so much time acting all high and mighty and creating your character as the old wise man off of those movies," which I'm assuming he's referring to like Lord of the Rings and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
He's like, and then you end up as a little girl. He's like, that is hilarious. Meanwhile, his friend's sitting there going, "Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. I didn't want this. Shut up."
Nice.
So those interactions and stuff like that, I appreciate. And he's just recently, as what you have in the picture there, formed a party because he's keeping secret the fact that he is the wise man, the 100 army wise men. So he's saying that he is the disciple of the wise man, and the wise man
ah,
can't. The wise man is
ah,
otherwise preoccupied someplace else and can't make it, but he is here to help.
ah.
So
Roll credits.
yeah.
um, cool. Are there any cool moments so far?
Um, I think his first battle where he actually brought out his army, when facing a horde was quite entertaining because
Can you bring up
you got to feel the extent of, yes, he is a powerful dude and people should be afraid of him if he really kind of goes all out situation. Because yes, he brought every piece of the army out, including the dragon, at one point, just to kind of scorch earth kind of situation going on here. And I'm like, fair enough. Yep. Because like when we talk about like Black Knights or that he has, I'm talking about like the Black Knights from Overlord, like that.
Okay.
So they're massive dudes, like in height wise and bulk wise comparison, you could put a human next to him, and especially in her case, like essentially a little kid, little girl kind of situation. She looks tiny in comparison to them. And
Okay.
then out of nowhere, the sky opens up and the freaking Pegasus with the Valkyries on them because they're riding in on flying horses come out of nowhere and they just start raining hell onto the ground. And then, yeah, to finish it off, as some of them are retreating, he summons the dragon and just scorched fire breath knocks the hell out of all the rest of them. So I was like, all right, fair enough. You're pretty powerful, dude. So then, since we as a viewer know how powerful he is, it's funny now him not being that person, but still being that person, and everyone that questions where he goes or what he does in regards to
Yeah.
this. He's like, "Oh, I need to," or because the king knows who he is, so he's like, "Hey, we have an army of monsters coming, on our west side. Can you go and take them out for him?" And his uh prime minister gets essentially and his like order of the knights goes, "You're gonna send out this little girl to go take out those monsters? I don't think that's a wise idea." And he's like, "Trust me, it's fine, don't worry about it." But of course they have to go out and see for themselves, be like, "Well, let's see you handle all these monsters then." And handles them handedly without any issues or whatever, and you're like, okie dokie. So
All right. I guess what can make it a 5? Like, it seems like it's.
I think
Yeah.
like character wise, they're pretty on point. I may be a little biased in that because there is some CGI involved a little bit.
CGI -1 star.
Yeah, they kind of denote on some of that with me on that, and I'm just gonna be honest about that. Is that I don't care for that. Um, but I think for me the biggest thing that would probably get it up there would be let's expand more on the world that they're currently living in and like give me more backstory, give me more behind the scenes, give me more, let me know more about like the overall and what's going on and this, that, and the other thing, because we're even more clueless than the main protagonist, because at least he knows about the world. Yeah, the world's changed, but he knows like, oh, this person used to be this, called this name. They were called the Calamity because they like, by the time they're done with their battles, it was pretty much like whatever land they were in has been destroyed or just knocked out or whatever. It's like, oh, can we see one of those battles? Can we see why that what went on? And they're like, oh, and then we got to go to this dungeon, and it's like, how many dungeons are out there? What's the big deal behind this? Who does these things? Is there some sort of like record of like, I mean, like, there's details. I'm
Yeah.
like, to get it out of like a grade C average middle of the road fantasy genre anime. What is it in your anime, or what is it in what you're doing in fantasy that separates you? What is it that pushes you a little more forward? You're like, oh, well, that's different. You know what I mean? You're like, there's obviously stuff there that they could do, but I'm like, I want to see it.
Hmm.
So
Yeah. Um, yeah, this one sounds interesting. I might have to take a peek at this one. Alright. The next show we're gonna be talking about is Oops.
oops. I don't know that one.
Um, there we go. I turned off the wrong things. Karashi Eye, Love of Kill. I got the picture right this time.
Ooh. Oh wait, so
Now,
you watched this one? Yeah, you did.
yes. Yes,
At least
yes,
first,
yes.
just the first episode.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Did you watch this one too?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
Yeah. So I am going to give this show 3. This show gets a 3 because the main guy is an asshole. He's very, very awkward because he's not around a lot of people, and he treats the girl like garbage.
Wow. Okay.
So it's like watching an abusive relationship. It's the only reason that it's not okay, but the only reason that that I finished the first episode is because I was waiting for her to put him set him straight. Like
Mm.
tell him that if he wants to have any more of her time, that he needs to cut the shit out. And he doesn't. And the reason why she just goes along with it is because he's an assassin. And if he doesn't, then she just shoot her in the head and move on. But there's something about her that he can't figure out.
Mm.
And it's just icky. um
Interesting. I don't think I've ever heard of a description of an anime be icky.
yeah, so the show starts out with a bullet to the head, a dude slides down the wall, and you're panning around. It's all these other people just shot in cars and just dead. And I'm what's going on? It's a little brutal for an opening scene.
Especially if they're supposed to be about assassins. Like assassins aren't that brutal typically. Assassins usually have one target and one target only, and that's what they go for.
Yeah. And yeah, then I guess I can't remember exactly how it plays out, but basically she shows up and it looks like um she was also assigned to take these people out, but he got there first, and she buzzes in I'm like, shoot nobody because they're all dead. Okay. What's going on? And um he shows up, and instead of killing her right away, I guess whatever it is that like draws him to her, stops him from taking her out. And instead, he's playful and teases her, and
That sounds so wrong.
tries to impress her. And basically, they leave. I don't know. Remember what happens to get them to leave, but she goes back and reports that they were the job was already done, and they kind of do a montage of her trying to do her next jobs, but every single time like the job's already done, or it's and she keeps pulling up all these messages of him hey, I killed him for you, yeah, and I'm
That takes Stalker to a whole new freaking level. I mean, that's just creepy.
it is. So, and she very stoic, and I'm I don't know why yet. And basically, after giving her all these gifts, he's
That's like a cat bringing a dead bird to their owner.
exactly. um, he I guess convinces her to meet up, and then I guess he doesn't finish the job, and she starts the job, and then he shows up again, and he's all right, on New Year's Eve we need to go on a date, and he gives her some ultimatum, and she accepts it because I guess she's scared to like turn him down.
She'll die, yeah.
And they go on.
What is the precedence that this anime is setting for people? Because this seems wrong on a lot of levels.
Like,
hey guys, the woman will accept you if you kill a bunch of people for her and act like you're doing them a favor. Here you go.
So like when they're on the date, like she shows up an hour late because she's like maybe he'll get tired and leave. And then she shows up and he's like, "Oh, you're an hour late. That's so mean." And I'm like, "Ah."
Darn. Oh, that's just horrible. But you're here, so yeah.
So
oh god.
like,
that's God damn it.
yeah, and he's like, "What did you think that like you showing up and I would leave or something? You know that's not gonna happen." And then they start like walking, and she's like trying to like speed run the date. She's just like double stepping, and he's like, "Hold on!" And like they go past this jewelry shop, and he's like, "These look nice." He's like, "You want me to get one for you?" And she's like, "No, jewelry's unnecessary. I don't wear it." And I'm like, "Yeah, because she's an assassin. What the hell is an assassin gonna go do wearing a necklace and then the person she's trying to kill like grab her necklace and choke her?" I'm like, idiot. Like, duh.
Mm-hmm.
And then he like gets all close up on her and like swipes her hair away from her ear. And you can see that she used to wear earrings and like the holes like closing up. And he's like, "Oh, you used to wear earrings?" I'm like, "Why don't you?" And she's like, offended. Like,
Well,
what
yeah.
the hell are you up on me for? And she's like, and he's like, "Yeah, well, you should." He's like, "You know what? You should reopen those." It's like, I'm like, idiot. I'm like, she. I'm like, yeah, well, let's have her wear an earring and like rip her ear off. I'm like, come on. So then she like moves on, and then I can't remember if he like does something else that's annoying, or he if can't remember if something else like another thing happens right before this, but then he like walks up to her and he's like, um, he's like, "What's wrong? Is this not a good enough date for you? Maybe we should reschedule." And she's like, "Nah." And then she like slows down and like placates him because she's like, "I done already moved my schedule around. It's like my boss is telling me that we have to find this assassin, which is you." And I've been hiding all these video messages of you saying, "Hey, I killed the guy for you." And I've been like trying to adjust my schedule so they don't see me with you. And and all of this is like going on in her head. And she's like, "I can't like adjust my schedule again to go on another freaking date with you." So she's like, "Fine." And she like slows down. And he's like, "Ah, that's much better." And I'm like, ugh. So I think they go to eat and he pisses her off, and then he's like, something happens and they cut the date short, and like they walk up to those like gates that like you put your ticket in for the subway,
Mm-hmm.
the bullet train, and like they stop there, and he's I think he says we should do this again, and she's like no, and I think it's something happened. Crap. Ah, he says one more thing that like really, I don't remember, but yeah, she gets really pissed off and then like just cuts it short and like puts her ticket in and leaves. And yeah, and oh, that's what it is. No, before before she turns around and like gets on the train, he like walks right up on her and hugs her and smells her. And then she shoves him off and he's like, well, no. Before she does that, she's stunned and like frozen. He's like, what the hell? And then he's like, yeah, for some reason, your smell doesn't disgust me like everybody else.
Oh,
And
God.
then she shoves
Why
him
is
off.
he creep? Why is he such a creep?
Yeah, then she shoves him away and then like goes through the ticket thing and like leaves. And I'm like, yeah, this show sucks. Like,
I'm
if he
surprised you
was
gave this one a 3. It'd have been like a 2 or a 1 for me.
if he wasn't so creepy, like
That's a huge
like
factor. I
like
mean,
icky creepy. Like,
I mean, so that was his whole reason why I refused to watch like that one healer anime or whatever that came out, is because it put forward a bad stereotype and a bad thought process that, oh, if you can do this to women if this is your reasoning behind it. And I'm just sitting there going, that should never cross somebody's mind, but somebody out there is going to be like that. And what all you've described with this dude, I'm like, there is some guy out there who's looking at this sort of behavior and going, well, you mean that he did it? I don't see why that's so bad or whatever.
yeah,
They're going to justify it to themselves. And so when I get into situations like this, where this is what the anime is trying to do, I'm like, nah, I'm good. I just know this bottom tier freaking 1 or 0, and just, yeah, that just pissed me off.
yeah. So, um, if you take that part, like all of the icky stuff that he does, off, like away, and he's like just a threatening person that just won't leave you alone. Like, if he didn't like smell her, if he didn't like brush your hair, if he didn't like say you should go on a date with me, if he didn't do like
there's
all of that stuff,
there's too many.
I know.
All that stuff. There's too many of them.
But okay,
If
so
if it was like 1 or 2, I could be like, okay, he might have a redemption arc at some point. At this point, there is no redeeming for him. He is fucked up.
yeah,
I don't think I appreciate it.
so it's like if you take all of those things out and replace it with the things that I'm like, and it's like I don't see them as redeeming qualities or anything, but I'm like, if there was a character where it's like, for some reason, every time you get an assignment, he kills the thing for you. He's sending you messages saying like, it's the job's done, the job's done. Like, or like you go and you try to kill the person, there's like a note and it's like, black haired dude. And you're like, what the hell? Why does the black haired dude keep getting to, instead of killing them for me, why does he keep getting to all of my targets before I get there?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you get this clue where he's like, meet me here. And you're like, oh shit. Like what's gonna happen now? Like that kind of thing. Tie that all into this, and I'm like, this is a very interesting show. But I'm like, him being a creep, like, knocks the show from like a 4 to a 3. There's other aspects in the show where I'm like, you find out a little bit.
You know as well as I do, I have stopped watching the show purely because the main character annoys the shit out of me. If I've stopped watching a show just because he annoys me, if I hate one of the main characters, oh, fuck no.
Yeah.
That
So
show immediately gets bottom tiered for me. Your scale and my scale on these things might be a little bit skewed and different in regards to how we rate them, so that's kind of interesting to me at least.
yeah,
But I
I'm
guess
like,
it should make sense because it's so different in regards to that. But anyways,
Yeah. So there's a character in the picture that we have that's
Mhm.
like brown hair and like you don't know what kind of expression he's making with his face because he doesn't have a nose or a mouth.
What?
Yeah, I'm curious if on the Annie chart thing, if you go to the list Jim. If you go to the list of characters, look at him.
I was trying to scroll in to see if I could even see it. Let's see. Wait, what was his one name again?
Koroshi I. Koroshi AI.
Yeah.
Um
There we go.
yeah.
Found it. Rolled in it.
So
What the hell is wrong with Jim?
so they give
Jim,
him
you good? You good, dude? Holy shit!
can't tell his answer because he doesn't have a nose or a mouth. Um
How
I
is he
don't
alive? Go ahead.
yeah, I don't understand what his deal is. Um they give him the accent of a foreign character. So like the emphasis of how he says his words is all thrown off.
So is that what their view of foreigners are?
That's what
No
I'm
nose,
like,
no
what are you
mouth.
trying to say? I'm like, is there actually something like different about him, or are you like being rude? Like so
Oh my god.
so he there's one point like because they went on a date on a Christmas Eve. So
Mm.
like they cut to like the off like her office with the two other people that are there and like he's decorating the tree and like the old guy that's there doesn't want to decorate the tree, but the guy with Jim, he's all super happy and he's like da 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 da. And I'm like
Poor Jim. He would love to tell him to fuck off, but he just doesn't. He has no mouth.
so I don't I don't understand what's going on. Yeah, I want to find out like what is his deal? Um, and I'm like, what is this world like? Yeah, they're assassins and like they're trying to do all these jobs. I'm like, why though? And like at the end of the first episode, you find out part of the reason why the she doesn't really talk that much. She talks some, like when somebody's like
Mm.
directly asks her a question and like is like, hey, I actually need an answer. Like if you push her on answering your question, then she'll answer you. But if you just ask her a question, she's gonna ignore it sometimes. Um, and I'm like, why is she so against talking?
Is she
And
like that one oh shoot. And the butterfly ninja group for demon slayers, the one girl um that was a disciple of the main Hashira,
mm,
the one who went up the mountain with Tanjiro for their trials in order to become a demon slayer.
I don't remember.
Oh boy.
Well, she's basically at the end of the episode, you see a car like off the main road, and some police walking up to it, and they're like, "Hey, I found the car." They tell the guys we found the car, and then like you go into the car and you see like the driver with like just cutting like his head just like not decapitated, but like sliced neck, and
Mm.
then you cut to the back and it's her sleeping as a kid, and you're like, "Was that her dad?"
Is that why she
Uh,
became a killer?
yeah, so I'm like, is it like a revenge thing? She's trying to find the person who killed her dad, and I'm like, of course, what's gonna happen is he's the guy that's like fawning all over her is gonna be the one who killed her parents, and like
At
after
this
she
point,
like,
I want him to be. 'Cause he's fucking creepy.
so I'm like, it threw so many questions out, and I'm like, if he didn't have such a terrible side of his personality and actions, I'm like, this would be like very interesting. Like, what if they were like, let's say, get rid of him, replace him with somebody who's a competing like bounty hunter slash assassin, and like he always keeps getting to the job before him. They meet at one job, like somehow they form like either competitive relationship or something like that, where they're like not against each other, but like they're still competing against each other, and like she's like, he's all right. And then you find out that he's the one who killed her dad. And you're like, ah, shit, now these two friends have to like kill each other. It's like, that's what the show should be, but it's not. So, am I going to continue the show? It's at the bottom of my list. I may give it a couple more episodes to see if I can like answer at least some of my questions. But if he keeps being a creep like episode 2, I'm out.
I just sent you a picture of the one I was talking to. On Discord, it's on Skype.
Okay. Oh, I saw a little picture like peek into the corner.
You remember her, right?
Yes. I remember. I'm like, oh, I remember what she looks like, but I don't remember what she did. So, but yeah. So I'm torn. Like this is a this is a 4 caliber show that got dinged because one of the characters suck, and I don't know if I want to continue it. So
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. My hope is that this anime falls off just as much as the other one that I ranked to 0.
So yeah, that's it. What I have for that one. The next show we're gonna be talking about is Leadle. No Daichi Mite, or In the Land of Leadle.
So, this one is more or less in the same realm as previous fantasy one we talked about. But
do you rate it?
I would like to rank this one I'll go with a 4.
Oh, okay.
Slightly better than the other one. So I would say I would rank that as far as that goes, only because the premise to me is a little more intriguing, and I would like to see what they do with it. So the girl in the picture, kind of as the synopsis there says, she was in a horrible, horrible accident. She didn't get isekai'd. She was actually taken to a hospital, and she was put on life support for quite a while. Now, she really couldn't do anything because of how extreme her injuries were. So after a long enough period of time, they actually virtual reality and such is part of this world.
Okay.
And they decided in order for her to be able to experience at least some form of being able to actively communicate and without being in the pain that she was in from her injuries and everything, they allowed her to go into this virtual world game called Lealdel.
Oh, Leadale. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Leadel is the world that they live in. So the problem is that at some point there was a huge storm while she was in the game. And I want to say this was just on the day that the game servers were closing. So she was in there and the game and everything went dead, which meant her life support went dead as well. I don't know why there wasn't any backup generators at this hospital, but apparently some shit went down. No backup generators turned on, and she essentially dies. But when she reawakens, she is now in this world as the character that she had created. And to top it off, if you're looking at it in the time span of the world that she had, or the world that she was in from the game, 200 years had passed from the time she woke up, from the time she had been playing.
Okay.
So this is interesting because I'm not sure exactly what it is. She's still under the same impression that she wants to um figure out kind of what's going on. She's making a journey because she had friends who had essentially their own towers, and she woke up near hers, and she went and asked the AI there after she recharged it with some mana what had happened and if they knew anything, and said that they didn't know anything. The only thing they knew was is that they had connections with the other towers, but that connection had been severed. And it seemed like the other towers currently were asleep.
Okay.
So she's kind of traveling around in this world trying to wake up the other towers to try to gain as much information about what the hell's going on and why is she inside the game situation.
Okay.
What gets also interesting beyond that is that as time develops and everything, like she, her character had basically achieved mythological status from 200 years ago. So she's trying to be low key as much as possible. But because this is not actually her world, and because there's like this big gap of time that had been from the time that she had been in it, she doesn't always. What she thinks of as commonplace isn't necessarily always commonplace.
Mm.
Um, I think at one point she was traveling with a group of people and she summons a giant crab in order to traverse the area quicker.
Oh.
And everyone's just like, oh my God, where did that come from? It's a monster. She's like, it's fine. We're going to ride on his back. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You know? Situations like that. And like, she was trying to go, what was it? She had found a link to one of the towers through another area, and she was trying to figure out how to get into the space, but I guess the prince of that kingdom had followed her, and she was kind of pseudo taking care of him. And because she knew she was about to get teleported away, she had summoned a Cerberus in order to protect the prince, who was asleep at the time.
Oh God.
So before she can get back, the knights come around into this coliseum that she had been in with this Cerberus creature just looming over the prince as he's asleep. They all freak out, thinking it's a monster about to kill the prince. When she comes back and has to like go, all right, guys, hold on, it's fine. Trust me. He's a big puppy dog. He's not gonna kill the prince. All right. I told him to watch him for a time. That's all I did. It's fine. Don't worry about it. So situations like that and just funny little moments. Because apparently inside the game too, she, she adopted, I guess, or basically kind of had her own family.
Mhm.
She had two sons and a daughter. The daughters or the son, one of the sons and the daughter is an elf, and the other son's a dwarf. Eh, again, adopted, as far as I can tell, or whatever. But they all consider her their mother. Well, since they are elf and dwarf, they live a long time, so they're still
Ah,
alive.
that's right.
They're still alive. So all of a sudden, she just appears and is like, "Hi," and they're like, "Mom, where have you been? We tried looking all over for you." And she's like, long story. So how have you been? And it was like almost like it's just like, oh, well, I was on a trip. Don't worry about it. How's your life been? How you been doing? Have you been eating well? And then like apparently they had her kids had kids. She just found out, so she's a grandmother. Which on one of her journeys, she leaves and her daughter gives her a letter and goes, "Oh, can you give this to the there's a merchant in the main merchant in the city you're going to. Can you give him this letter? Oh, what's in it? Oh, don't worry about it." And she leaves and the brother comes up, goes, "Did you tell her about?" And she's like, "No, I put it in the letter, but it's fine. She'll figure it out when she gets there." And she hands the letter over when she gets to their destination and immediately gets ushered in to go meet the head merchant who, when you meet him, he's also an elf. And that's when she's like, "Oh, I'm your grandson, by the way." And she's like, "Excuse me? What?" And she's like, "Wait, didn't mom tell you about that?" She's like, "No, but I'm going to have a conversation with her when I get back."
I'm gonna watch this show.
Yeah. No, it's funny. It has a lot of humorous moments. Um yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a great deal. Um Again, it's not necessarily, I think, we're not quite in the realm of the jobless reincarnation or you know um another big fantasy one, like none of those big ones out there. We're not breaking the mold. We're not like breaking new grounds as far as fantasies go. A lot of this is pretty typical and such, but I still enjoy the shit out of it. I think it's funny every single time. The fact that she flexes her powers without meaning to, or really trying, and just absolutely floors everyone around there.
Yeah,
'Cause yeah,
just
I think that
treating it like a game.
yeah,
Like, I got
'cause
some extra
in
mana.
her
Just
yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, because she signs up as an adventurer for one thing, and she's like, one of the quests is someone needed a healing potion, and she's like, "Oh, I have a few extra healing potions." So she takes the quest, goes up to the adventurer, goes, "Here you go. Is this sufficient enough?" And she's like, "I mean, yeah, it's a healing potion, so sure." Unbeknownst to her, her method of healing potions back when she had that potion made, or she made it herself, no longer is used anymore. And the person that got the healing potion was the headmaster of the magical school, who's then also, or no, not the headmaster, but like the head potion maker for the magical school, who that's how she met her daughter, because her daughter is the headmaster of the magical school.
oh, cool.
So yeah, all things kind of like connected with each other.
Ah, yeah, this show sounds great.
It's a great watch. I enjoy it. It's definitely not one of those where I'm like, this is more like, let's sit back, let's chill, let's relax, and let's just have a fun little adventure. You know. So I give it a 4. If nothing else, in the same realm as previous fantasy one we had talked about, where I'm just like, hey, can you give me a little more details about this world? I mean, there's most of the time I kind of feel like the NPCs that she comes across, where they get freaked out by something she does, and I'm sitting here going, I completely understand what you're going through, because I get freaked out when she does something because I didn't know she could do that. So
Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that one out. All right. The next show we're gonna be talking about is actually, did you want to take a break? We are
we're the halfway.
to a little bit over halfway.
Okay. Yes, I actually would.
All right. Cool, cool, cool. We'll be right back. And we're back. And I don't remember this one? No. There we go. The next show we're going to be talking about is Orient.
Yeah. I want to say probably a 2 on the end.
I just felt a 2.
Yeah, it's kind of a 2. In all honesty, I don't usually do this, but I was almost skipping through some certain parts. I was so bored with this one. I was just. This is a 2, almost verging a 1. Honestly, it's so. This this seems like it should be exciting and should have lots of cool stuff going on with it, and have something different, because this is a story of humanity lost. Demons are the over encompassing rulers of the world. So you'd be like, well, this is an interesting perspective. We don't normally have this. Normally, it's the humans are in charge and the demons are trying to take over. Demons have already won, and now essentially this is the start of the rebellion. Which I'm like, oh, interesting premise. But everything that gets done in regards to this is either about as cliched or as boring as they could have possibly made it. And I don't know why. Like, the two main characters, you have the guy, the red haired guy, and the blonde. The red haired guy is always like, I only watched the first episode. He's always sitting here going, like, apparently the demons require us to mine a mineral for them. And so humans are usually made to do that. And he always gets praised for how well he mines. And meanwhile, like, it's almost like a stereotypical like job that you hate, because he's like, he does amazing work, but every time the overlord's backs turn, he's like, stupid freaking job. I hate this fucking job. Oh god, I just can't wait to fucking you you work my words. I'm gonna show them next time they come here and they say something to me, I'm gonna tell them where they could frickin', and of course they turn around and he's like, oh yes, absolutely, great work, thank you. Phenomenal. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. And I'm just like, dude, what the fuck? And then his blonde-haired friend is apparently his apparently like descendant of warriors from back when they were fighting amongst each other with humans and demons. And the red-haired guy is always like, dude, we need to freaking fight against them. We need to freaking fight against them. But because on the outside, when he's with those types of people, he's always like acting subservient. His friend didn't believe he really meant it.
Yeah.
And so he didn't trust it until the very last second, almost, when he's already fighting his red-haired buddies, fighting them, and he was like, oh, you actually meant that. I'm like, dad, you see the blood pouring from me right now? What was your first clue? I'm like, oh my god, this is just freaking giving me a headache. That no one's like, no one agrees with one another. No one, I'm like, this is wrong. And
demons
then,
don't demons don't have us harvest a resource. Aliens do. 'Cause they're like, our planet doesn't have that resource anymore, so we
yeah,
came to
well,
Earth and enslaved them to do it.
apparently demons are now the ones wanting the minerals. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know. I felt like there was a good chance of having something interesting, but the characters are boring. The plotline progression's boring. There's everything's either cliched. Like when they showed the warriors from the past that are the ones that would fighting against the demons at the time, The way they showed him, I'm like, am I watching Ronin Warriors right now? Is that what I'm watching? Because I swear to God, it almost looked exactly freaking like them. Like, you remember that show, right? From way back when?
I remember the name, but I don't remember the look. Okay.
I'm like,
I just put
and
it on Wiki.
they lined them up to where they were like on this broken building landscape looking thing, and there's just like warrior, 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 warrior. And I'm like, was this like a screenshot where they were just like, all right, everyone pose. All right, cool, great, good photography shoot. Excellent. Good job, everyone. Nobody was fighting. They were in shadows. They had just the armor look on them. And I'm just like, is this meant for kids? I mean, should I be like 8 in watching this or something? I mean, it didn't seem like that should be the case, but I don't know. It's weird. It's yeah. It's definitely not for me, and I had high hopes for it too. So that's why I'm being so hypercritical about it.
Okay. Was there any moment that was kind of cool?
No, absolutely none. Absolutely none.
Wow. So
Even when
what?
they even when they tried to do cool moments, it seemed so cliche and so overly done. I'm like, dude, really? Why? Like the dude makes a pickaxe. Like he's using this wicked looking pickaxe, which I'm like, okay, well that's cool. That should be cool, right? So he has a demon coming at him. He swung the pickaxe back to where it planted itself in the ground, and one of the guys watching him is like, "What are you doing? You're not going to be able to swing it when it's sunk into the ground." And then we go into the expository explanation of no, but wait. He's using the ground as a sheath, as like it's a sword. And I'm like, did we really just do that? Did we really just can we not just experience this as our own? And we go, oh no, you have to sit there and go, ah, but wait, no, he's using the technique where you unsheath from the sword the scabbard itself, and he is using the ground as a scabbard for this pickaxe that he's wielding. And I'm like, this just made it seem all the more lame. What are we doing? No, stop it. So no, I this is bleh. Someone who's new to anime, someone young, may get a kick out of it and may be like, oh, this is awesome, this is cool. Oh, that's why they're doing
Oh,
that. Oh, cool.
wow. That last part like wiped my memory from what I was gonna mention. But yeah. So why is it not a one? Is it because it's just not offensive? Like,
It's it's because it's generic. Like it's like one. It's like a two verging on a one. It's
okay,
not necessarily bad because it's trying to be bad. It's so generic and cliche, but it's like it's not
that
average.
it's like
It's
badly
like
executed generic.
it's badly executed generic. Yeah, it's like I'm like looking at it going, you had the potential. I see the potential here. There was something here you could have done, but instead you went like the stereotypical shonen route, and it's you even did that bad.
Okay, well, for about a week because the show got pushed back a week. I thought that this was Radiant, and I was like, oh, Shane is watching the show that I started years ago. I wonder if he'll like it. And then I was like, oh no, it's just a one word title that ends with the T. It's not the same show.
Radiant, Orient. You know, I can see that. Sure.
I was like, oh, okay, never mind. So, uh, sad to hear that about this show. All right, the next show we're going to be talking about is Princess Connect Redive. So,
So what were your thoughts?
I give this show a 4.
Oh, that good, huh?
Yes, I give this show a 4 because it is better than generic and I like it. It could be pending a 5, but I don't remember this show like I forgot about this show. Like if you say Island, I'm like, oh, Island. Island. That's a 5 for me. When you say Princess Connect Redive, I'm like, what? And then you show me the picture, and I'm like, oh yeah, that show. So I do like it. When I went to go watch this, they were like, and now we're doing the thing. I'm like, what thing? They're like, it's like we were about to do the thing, and now we're doing the thing. And I'm like, what are you talking about? So I went back to the last episode of the last season, and they're like, all right, we just beat the thing, and now we're gonna start doing the thing. And I'm like, beat what thing? So I went back another episode, and I'm like, oh, there was this huge monster that broke out, and like it almost killed somebody, and then we did the podcast, and I never watched the last episode.
Okay, so this is actually one you did watch all the way, well, basically almost all the way through.
Yes.
Okay.
So then I watched the last episode, last episode of the last season, and I'm like, oh, and I tied all the different pieces together, and so basically, the main girl that's in the front, she is the princess of the kingdom, and even though they explained it, I still don't understand. For some reason, her mom was like, "Hey, I got this tiara for you." It's like, oh, before you can become the rightful queen, you need to go through this trial. And in the trial, she's like, "Here you go. You need to wear this tiara and spend time in the in our kingdom, learning about the people and all that kind of stuff. And then when you feel like you've learned enough, then come back and then you can take your place as the queen." And I'm like, oh, so is that what she did? And then I'm like, cool.
It's actually not a bad idea for royalty in regards to that.
Yeah,
Makes them more conjunction with the commoners.
Yeah, usually the princess like sneaks out and almost gets killed.
Yeah.
And like meets some guy. So, or at least in the ones that we've seen. So I was like, oh, that's a very interesting thing. And I'm like, well, what did the king do to like earn his place? So I'm like,
probably nothing.
Is it like what is it? It's not patriarchy. It's like a matriarchy. I'm like, is it like the queen's actually like in charge? Because there's been a few shows recently where like the queen is
Shield Hero.
Yeah, so I'm like, okay, that's an interesting thing about the queen. They left out the king's position or any information about that. They may have explained in the first season. I don't remember, but as of right now, I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. So they did a flashback where, because basically what ends up happening in the first episode is like she goes back to the castle, and like she's like, no, and none of her friends know that she's the queen. I mean, that she's the princess. So, so something happens and everybody like get teleported to different spots of the kingdom, and like the one girl that was supposed to be, I completely forgot that little cat girl in the back she's working for the bad guys, and she's supposed to be killing the princess. But she's terrible at it, and she actually likes the princess, and now they're friends, and she doesn't want to do it anymore, but she's still in contract with bad guys, so she's like torn. And she didn't know that the girl was the princess, or it was a weird situation where the cat girl was in the throne room. Like she just teleported to the throne room and woke up, and then the princess walked in and was like kind of ashamed. He's like, "Yeah, I'm the princess. I'm sorry, I hid it from you and all that kind of stuff." And she was sad, and I'm like, "Why is she sad returning back to the castle?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's empty and it's kind of like a ghost building, but I don't understand. Like, they haven't told me. Like, I'm like, why is it so? Why is the atmosphere so weird?"
Mhm.
And she went into a flashback. So she went to the flashback and explained like why she like the tiara, and also your mom's like, also, and when you wear this, you're gonna be really, really hungry, and then gave it to her. And I'm like, that explains her whole character. Cool. Uh, so in the flashback, she goes out and like has adventures and everything, and then she tries to come back, and she
Mhm.
and it's right before she meets the main characters, and she tries to come back, and nobody knows who she is. And I'm like, yeah, because the 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 tiara. That's what it's supposed to do. And like she goes to her mom, and her mom doesn't know what she is, and she's like upset. And I'm like, take the tiara off, right? Like, isn't that how it's supposed to work? And like her dad's like, and who are you? And then she's like, and like runs off, or starts to runs off, and then she ends up running into the bad guy or the bad lady, and
Mhm.
they think that the bad lady is their daughter now, and the princess realizes that and then just runs off. And I'm like, you are super duper strong. You just fought this golem that teleported everybody somewhere. Why? Like no, she's an imposter. And like I don't know, fight something. So then she runs off, and then that's how she ends up meeting the main characters, and they start on their adventure. So now we're at this like weird this circle, and I'm like, where do we go from now? Now you'll find out in the next episode. I'm like, no. So yeah, you got this backstory to the princess. Um, I don't remember who else's backstory we already had from season one, but yeah, I like it. It doesn't tug at my heartstrings and doesn't like make me feel like really strong emotions, but it's a very fun show. So yeah, I get that F4. Um, yeah, so I will be continuing this one. All right, the next show we're gonna be talking about is Sabui Bisco. Oh my god, let me get some water. So it's like you had like a string of 5 shows, and I got like a string of 5 shows.
Yeah, I think this is one I was curious about, but I didn't go too far into.
Yeah, this is the hippos and mushrooms one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is one I made fun of a lot.
So I also give this show a 4. I did not think it was gonna get a 4, but good job. um, I give this show a 4 because it is weird. There is some strange lore in this show, and I really want to know where it's going because I thought it was going to be wacky, and it's not. It's actually pretty interesting. They take a lot, like everything that they put in there. Like if you tell somebody this show, this guy who shoots giant mushrooms around, and like there's these big hippos and like crab monsters and stuff, and you're like, what are you talking about? And then you watch the show and you're like, oh yeah, the crab monsters and the hippos, and then he shoots some mushroom things. Yeah, that makes sense. So
Whereas none of that makes any sense whatsoever.
so yeah, basically what's happening right now is the main guy in the top right, he is a medicine man, and um there is this disease called the rust,
Mm.
and what everybody is saying is that the mushrooms give you the rest. So beware of mushrooms, fear the mushrooms. So basically, he is like he makes all these medicines for everybody, and he's basically like an undercover doctor. Like people don't really want him to, like people who are in control of the situation don't want him to keep making medicines and helping everybody. They're like, we have the rest working, and we like nobody else can stop us, so we're just gonna keep winning. Um, and he is like, I must save everybody. And basically, what he could go to this one place where I'm assuming there's a bunch of like who have way more resources than he has right now, and he kind of wouldn't be in like an alleyway just healing all these people who live in like, what is it called? It's like another word for like the rundown part of town. It's not like the ghetto or anything like that. It's like
Yeah, it's just the bad side of town, or just
yeah,
yeah.
Because you have like the nice city where everybody has money, and you have like the outskirts, like the raggedy part. And yeah, so basically he's in this brothel, and he's like, people come by and like get medicine, and like he gives them prescriptions and stuff like that. And he's basically like the doctor for the area. His sister, who is in the bottom left, she has the rust really bad. Also, the doctor, it looks like he has a black eye, and I don't understand. I'm like, why does it look like a black eye? They call him Dr. Panda because the pattern. And I'm like, okay, sure, but okay. And the rest on his sister is almost at her heart, and she is basically like a warrior, and you can't tell, like he's like, oh, okay. He's like, oh yeah, blah blah blah. Like once he leaves the brothel, he's like heading home, and he picks up like some food, and then he also picks up like some mushrooms that like the guy who cooks his food like got on the sly, and like he's like, oh yeah, also I got these for you. I'm like, thanks. And he like tries to pay for the food, and the doctor's like, no, after all you've done for me, like I can't accept money. He's like, it's on the house. And then he like throws the money on the counter and runs off, so the guy can't give him back the money. So it's like, they're like, this guy is really like an earnest guy. Cool. And he's trying to take, and he keeps mentioning his little sister. And I'm like, this is sweet. I'm like, cool. He gets home, and his sister's sitting on the bed, and it's like, whoa. This strong ass looking woman, like sitting like a samurai on the edge of the bed, like with a mask like on the side of her head, and like hair covering part of her face, and you're like, oh, it must be breast under there, and like she's sitting like just and like watching the news, and she's like, oh, welcome back. And she's like, hey, little sister. And I'm like, you really can't. I'm like, you technically may be older than her, but I'm like, that's a full grown ass woman.
Kick your ass.
Yeah, I was like, that's a full grown woman. So he's like, he got the mushrooms from the guy, and he's like making her like new dose of medicine and stuff like that. And in the back, every now and then it cuts to the top left guy, and it's like obviously it's him, but he's like has a hood on, he has a mask on, he's like wrapped up in bandages and stuff like that, and he's dragging this gigantic wagon, and he's heading towards this gate, and the gate is under lockdown. There's this big older guy and this like little kid who's like the tech guy, and he goes up and he's like, I need to get passage through, blah blah blah. And they're like, oh, okay, blah blah blah. And like they're having trouble with the gate. And I'm not sure if they're actually having trouble with the gate or they're suspicious of him and they're acting like there's trouble with the gate. At the very beginning of the conversation, I'm like, oh, okay, the gate's busted. I'm like, it makes sense. Everything's run down. But as the conversation goes on, and as the guy, he seems way too calm for the gate to be broken. So I'm like, it's a thing that's widely known and people don't really care. They're just like, yeah, just bang it with a hammer and hack it, whatever you need to do to get it open. It's going to take like an hour and nobody really cares. Or he's buying time so he can ask this guy a bunch of questions. So he starts questioning him. The guy's giving like short one sentence answers and stuff like that. And the kid's like typing on a computer and like messing with stuff. And like it cuts back and forth between the doctor and them. And I'm like, something's gonna happen. Like the way that they're like presenting this, both sides have like equal importance. And they get the gate to open and right before they start opening it or right before they open it, he's like, that wagon's kind of big for one person. He's like, what's all in it? He's like, oh, it's the dead bodies that I've been picking up along the way. And he's like, oh, okay, well, yeah. And he tells the kid to go like inspect it. And then like right before the kid touches it, he's like, the bodies attract bugs and like they have sharp fangs and like they could lop off a finger in one bite. And the kid's like, ugh, and like runs back over. And then the gate's still opening very slowly. And then the guy's like, I think the guy said that he was like a traveler or something like that. And like he needed to use a specific like type of person that would be known to have a wagon like that.
Mm-hmm.
And that like tipped the guy off. And he's like, I thought people like you don't carry projectiles. And he's like, well, and starts making up an excuse.
Mm-hmm.
And then he knows that he gets caught and then like everything just goes crazy. Like they don't show exactly what happens, but like all of a sudden this explosion happens, he runs off and all this kind of stuff. And then at the same time with the doctor, and it's like these two things aren't happening at the same time, but they make it seem like it because it's like as he is like blowing up stuff around the gate, there's actually explosions going on in the city. And the doctor notices that, and the sister notices that, and she's like, starts getting ready. And it's like, no, the rust is near your heart. You need to like stay home and rest. And she's like, nah, she's not gonna listen, of course. So she busts out and starts chasing the guy, and all of a sudden you look at the city and there's like giant mushrooms. And I'm like, did he somehow get from that gate into the middle of the city? I'm like, these two things must have happened at way different times. And of course you see him uncovered and everything, and he's like shooting things, like shot a mushroom into a helicopter, and the mushrooms grew out of it. And it's like poof, it's falling out of the sky, and a lot of crazy stuff is happening. The doctor, he runs after his sister.
See, I always knew mushrooms were evil. I've said that for many years.
So the doctor's running after his sister, and he's trying to give her, I guess, medicine or try to stop her or something like that. And there's this group of people walking up, and somebody had mentioned when he was treating those people in the brothel, they're like, you shouldn't deal with so and so, and like he's a bad guy. And he's like, I don't know why you're dealing with him. And that guy shows up, and I'm like, oh, that's the guy who I've heard terrible things about. And I'm like, well, this is gonna suck. I'm like, he's trying to get to his sister, and now he has to meet with this jerk that he's like indebted to now. And I'm like, okay, and then a bunch of stuff happens, and like something, I guess they get separated. Like the doctor gets free from the guy, and he runs off. Um, and then he ends up running into the guy. I think his name's Sabikui. I don't remember, or his name's Bisca. I can't remember. It was like 2 weeks ago. But he runs into the redhead guy, and well, no, the red guy finds him, like runs across him because he's working on like something, and like he's thinking out loud, and he's like, I need to get more, and he's like medicine made from mushrooms or something like that, and like all of a sudden you see that the two people met, and I think the episode ends there because I can't remember what happens afterwards, but it's like there's a lot of like storylines in this. It's like we got somebody's like the propaganda of the rust is like completely taking hold. It's like the mushrooms definitely don't cause the rust. The rust is being caused by something else. This guy who's the doctor's indebted to is behind, or at least he's executing on a lot of the plan. Somebody bigger is in charge. We don't know. One thing I'm like, but why is he shooting mushrooms and stuff? Like, is that the only like why mushrooms grow giant? I'm like, I don't, that part I don't get. But other than that, I'm like, yeah, like there's this conspiracy going on. This redheaded guy is trying to like come up, like trying to reveal the truth, and this innocent doctor is going to get wrapped up with him, and they're going to save the day. So I'm really interested in this show. Like the trailer did not do this show justice at all.
That's pretty typical.
So yeah, can't wait to see more. All right, next show we're going to be talking about is hey, I got a break. Shikakumon no Saikyo Kinja, or the strongest sage with the weakest crest.
Just trying to think of what I wanted to rate this one because it's not. I think I want to rate this one as a 4 as well.
Okay.
And the only reason I say that, so basis of this story, this kind of reminds of the wise man's grandchild.
Fine.
So, anyways, this world revolves around crests. There are 4 different types, and there is a sage that wanted. He was powerful on his own. Like he was going after like demon lords and stuff like that, and he defeated dragons and all sorts of things. Like he was already powerful on his own, but he only had, I think, like the third, or no, like he was just below the top most powerful crest, and he was kind of obsessed with getting the most powerful one. So what he ended up doing was, at the height of his once he had taken down what he thought to be either the last demon lord, or at least relinquished their power dramatically, and he essentially activated a spell that caused him to resurrect. Like essentially he was going to immortalize and just be able to resurrect himself, in the hopes that when he did resurrect, he would have the most powerful crest, and be able to say that he's done it all. Like he's kind of like a completionist. He's just like, I just want to. It's not necessarily for any ill gain or anything like that. He's just like, I just want to be the best.
That no one ever was.
Yeah, I figured that was coming. So he does it, but he resurrects when he does. I want to say like some 1,000 or some years later. Like there's a huge gap of time in between the time that he does this spell and then comes back. So his exploits at this point, as the person who he was, has gone into mythos. They refer to what he's done as like legend, and even then, some of the legends that's been so far back have become like not all the information is there for basically. Well, he comes back, and apparently, in his absence, the demons have kind of they got sneaky. You know what the old saying is: you build a better mousetrap, the mice get smarter. Well, because he basically decimated all of the demons that there were, when the demons had their comeback, they were smart about it. They essentially planted themselves inside of the humans' cities, and then as the generations were growing up, they actually came into the schools and started teaching incorrect information. So by process of generations, humanity became weaker. So basically, they were biding their time to where they could actually come back to a basically far reduced power humanity and just wipe the floor with them.
That's sneaky, like you said.
Yeah. So like the crest, he got reborn with the powerful crest that he wanted, but in this generation, it's false information. He's looked on as the weakest. And he does things like he's capable of casting spells without an incantation. Everybody else has to use incantations. So it's like he could just freaking shoot out a fireball, whereas everyone else takes like 30 seconds to a minute to actually be able to shoot out a fireball. You know what I mean? So it's like everyone's so much weaker. And then he ends up there are two different schools, first and second degree. He's in the second one. The first one is the one that basically all their students become the mages of to defend the kingdom and whatever. But it ends up coming across that most of the people who are in that school are demons. He kind of ends up, revealing that, and they disperse because now their secret's out. But he's kind of tasked with regrowing humanity for where they should be at from where they once were.
So I guess what's the difference between the weakest crest and the strongest crest?
To my understanding, each of the crests on their own can, when you get to like the low level ones, they're not necessarily like, oh, they're just, you can't do anything with them. It's like they're very specific in what they do the best. So like the blonde haired chick on the right, who he's kind of started getting an interest in, and she only has the first rank, which according to everyone else was the highest, and it's actually the lowest. But the thing with that is that her specialty is enchantments. She never knew that. But her crest can actually specialize in enchantments. So what she ends up doing is she ends up being the supporter. So the girl on the other side who uses a bow and arrow, she'll enchant her arrows as she's firing them.
So
like his crest is basically the culmination of the other three crests at its highest point.
And yeah, so he's like, if everybody's logic was correct, he would be top tier.
Yes.
But everybody else believes
it's reversed.
The opposite.
Yep.
So instead of training up, they've been trained down.
Yeah. Prior to him showing up on the scene and starting to correct them now.
So everybody's like, I'm a 1-star general. And it's like, ha, you 5-star weakling. Like,
Basically.
okay.
Basically.
Okay.
I mean, to put it in its most simplest terms, yes. But it's like you said that 1-star general is really good at commanding infantry. It's like you could still utilize that 1-star general. You just go, you're over the infantry.
Yeah.
Don't worry about the parachuters. Don't worry about the tanks. Don't worry. You are just over the infantry. That's all I want you to worry about.
When truly you actually
see,
could do all, but they tampered it.
well, but see, like that'd be for like the 1-star for the lower end of the crest. We were saying that, but see, like him, he'd be the commander overall.
Yeah.
He'd be like, okay, general, tell them to go move here. Okay, now I need this move here. Now, he'd be the overall king of over everybody. But according to what their civilization now believes in, it's the reverse.
Yeah, because his actual power is power over something that's not tangible. That's why they believed it.
Well, it's just because of like the information on what, like he knows when looking at someone's like crest. He's like, because he asked the girl, the blonde haired girl. He's like, what do you want to do? And she's like, well, I enjoy like enchantments and to create tools and weaponry and stuff like that. He goes, perfect. Your crest specializes in that. And he asked the other girl, she's like, well, what is it that, because they all see, here's the other thing too. The other girl loves using the bow, but she's always told a bow is not the use of a soldier or not of a warrior. You have to use either a sword or like a spear. Those are the only things you could use, essentially. Yeah. And he's like, no. Bows are really good. Let me show you. And he's like, not only that, but he's like, your crest can actually utilize the bow to where you can essentially, you're like Legolas. Like, your shots are not going to miss. You're going to hit much dead on every single time. Like, I've seen her later on, like, fire 3 shots at one time and hit all 3. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, she can specialize in it. But it's like, for him, it's like, he'll go down to, like, they've been dungeon because he needs to gather some materials. So the kingdom has its own dungeon that, of course, no one's in this day and age has gone below, like, level 60 or something like that. Meanwhile, he ended up finding out because of another partner he ends up teaming up with who knew him back in the day when he was his previous self. His previous self went down to like level 654.
Jesus. Ugh.
So he's sitting here going like, I gotta get you guys stronger.
Oh my god.
He's like, you may not be able to match my level or what I can do, but you can at least be way better than you currently are right now. Because there have been a couple of demon attacks too, and everyone freaks out because no one knows what to do. Meanwhile, he's training up these girls and also the rest of the second division school to be able to cast spells without enchantments, to utilize the weapons in accordance to the way they should. Like everything they were being taught in accordance to being a mage, a warrior, like everything was incorrect.
What a pain in the ass.
Yeah. And it's really funny too, is like his idea for right now, in order to gain him some time, is to put a barrier around the kingdom. He's like, I can do that, but I need certain materials in order for us to be able to do this, which is one of the reasons why he was dungeon crawling. But the king is like, because after he defeated the first demon and told him what's going on and what the reality of the situation was and what he wanted to do, the king's like, well, go into our storeroom and see if there's anything you can use in there. And he's like, we have artifacts of great power and legend and stuff like that.
Oh no.
Well, no, half the things that they have in there are things he made back in his previous life. And he's like, well, I mean, yeah, they're powerful, but like one of these, like, I made that like my first couple of years. He's like, it's powerful, but not nearly as powerful as they think it is.
Oh my god. They took his school homework and made it. Made it.
Yeah.
Jesus.
So ideally, I'm like, this is interesting because I like the idea that the demons were very tricky, and the fact that the hero of the story essentially, because he wanted to be the most powerful, did a spell that ended up pushing him way forward into the future, in which he was not able to defend the kingdom or humanity, and then all of a sudden, demons are like, hey, let's make humans weaker,
Oh my god.
weaker and stupider.
Uh, good job. Like I really like that premise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the things that he can do on his own are just, and his thought process on how he accomplishes these things are great. Because there have
Yeah.
been a few times like when because he he's really powerful, but he's still growing into his magic because he's still young, and it hasn't been too long since he's been resurrected himself into where he's at currently.
Mhm.
So he still doesn't have all the power he has. So the first time he came across the demon, he knew, he in his mind, you're hearing his thoughts. He's like, I can't defeat this. Like I can't go against this right now at my current level. He's like, given enough time, I'd be way over this, whatever this can do. But right
Mhm.
now, I can't stop this. So he crafted an idea where he basically revealed to the public, because they were fighting in an arena match, because it was his school against the other school, and that's when he showed everyone that that person was a demon,
Ah.
and that's all it all came about. So, I, it's interesting. I think this is definitely. I like when they take a premise that I'm used to, that I've grown accustomed to, and they're like, but what if?
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's, yeah. And when you put a significant enough what if inside of that, where it's like, yes, but what if all the demons came back and covertly inserted themselves inside of our society and just made us stupid? It's like,
Yeah.
oh,
It's like,
that's a problem.
yeah. And it's like, that's a very plausible situation.
Yeah,
That's called propaganda.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So,
And it's so much funny too because he would try to get the cooperation of the first school to help them with gathering materials inside the dungeon. And the headmaster was copping a fit, saying that there's no reason why the first school should ever listen to what the second school has to say to them, because they're better than them.
mm,
And they're like, all right, so tell you what, how about we resume our, because the competition that we had before got interrupted because a demon showed up. He's like, how about we just resume that competition? He's like, you go ahead and gather however many of your best students you want to put forward, and we'll go ahead and gather some of ours, and we'll finish this, and we'll see who has the better. So they come in there, and the first year school has like 50 kids on the freaking battlefield, and whatever. And then they walk up and they're like, well, where's yours? And he's like, oh, they're coming. And then door opens up and like five of theirs come out. And he's like, the hell are you trying to prove? Are you really thinking that you're? And he starts getting all angry. He's like, just watch. And sure enough, then they start the battle. All of the first school starts chanting to do their spells. Meanwhile, boom, because they just let the spells go loose, and it's just like all of a sudden the smoke clears, and all the first years are just on the ground, knocked out,
nice.
and seconds are just standing there going, "That it?" So
This is another one that sounds very interesting. Um,
I would agree.
yeah. Yeah, I may take a peek at this one. But yeah. Nice. The next show we're gonna be talking about is Slow Loop.
Hmm. So this was as interesting as I thought it was going to be.
I don't know why you picked. I can't remember what was the reason why you picked this one.
I thought it was an interesting premise, the idea of what they were doing, because of the fact that you had a young girl who was out fishing because her dad died, and that was what she enjoyed doing with him back when he was alive, who then randomly meets up with another girl who happened to be in the area, and they start getting along with each other, only to find out as they're about to leave that the other girl came to this area only because she was going to meet someone else new to their family, and found out that their family she's part of their family now.
Yes. So
I thought drama-wise, I thought this was going to be an interesting premise.
So take cute girls doing cute things, and then put it in that situation, and you get
just cute girls doing cute things, or do we
happen to be sisters now?
Okay, so they don't go into further as far as like drama in regards to her losing her dad, or family situation, coming into a new family that she has no clue about, or
drama as far as, are you sure you don't mind that I'm sleeping in your dad's old room? And she's like, no, it's fine. And I'm like,
never mind. I'm glad I didn't watch this one. I thought this was going to be more of like a character drama.
No.
I thought this was going to be more of a character drama.
No, they just took cute girls doing cute things and put it in that situation.
Yeah, no. Okay. What would you give this a number score of?
Yeah, so I give this show a 3.
Okay, so
the
average.
show is well within the cute girls doing cute things genre for me, and it hits every single beat. Is this a show where I'm like, I love this character? No. Is this a show where I'm on the floor cracking up laughing? No. This executes that genre very well, but doesn't really do much to add to it. Yeah, basically just like the synopsis said, you open up with this one girl who's fishing. She is doing a type of fishing. Is it fly fishing? The fishing line is very lightweight, so you have to have the line inside of this tube.
Mm-hmm.
And in order to cast with any distance, you need to swing the fishing rod back and forth to like gain momentum from that tube, like the weight of the tube, and then in a slow looping formation. And then once you have enough momentum, then you can actually cast it to the water. Okay. Interesting. I'm like, oh, I didn't know that was the type of fishing. And yeah, the new girl, she's that like foreign airhead type of character, where she's like, oh, I've never been, and she may not be foreign. She's just blonde and blue eyed, which I'm like, that's usually a foreign character, like Europe, like character of European descent. But she's like, oh, I've never been to the beach, and it's like fall, so like nobody's supposed to be going into the water, and she like runs down the pier, scares everybody, and then like starts stripping down to her bathing suit and like is about to jump in the water, and the girl's like, no, and like catches her with her fishing pole and like pulls her back. The girl like falls flat on her back, and I'm like, dude, she could have cracked her head open on the pier. What the hell? They never speak of that part again, but then she's like, oh, okay. And like it kind of cuts, and she's like, oh, okay, I guess I shouldn't be swimming right now. And I'm like, okay. So then she like puts her regular clothes back on, and then like, so what are you doing? And she's like, oh, I'm just fishing, blah blah blah. And like she like starts trying to teach her how to fish, and like of course she's like the wild character that doesn't know what everybody else knows in the moment. And she's like trying to swing it's called slow loop, not fast loop. And she's trying to fast loop. It's not working. And she's kind of getting it like way slower than normal people would learn stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, then they catch a fish, and then they have 3 fish in this little cooler, and they grab the fish and go over to this little table, and like she starts preparing sashimi. So she like just guts and descales the fish and stuff like that, and then just slices it up, and they just eat it raw like that. And me, I'm like, I don't know, like you just pulled it out of that water right there, and you basically just like, oh, I'm like, no, I'm like, yeah, that's too fresh. I'm sorry. And it's weird because it's like it's one of those rare moments where they're like, oh look, food, and it looks good, but I'm like, I don't want it. Like, no, thank you. And there's like 2 times where like 2 kinds of food that happens to me with anime, and it's like that sashimi where it's like I can see the water you just pulled it out of 5 minutes ago, and you're gonna eat it. No, thank you. And then like natto, where it's like they're like, with the chopsticks and like, love me some natto. And I'm like, snotty beans, no thank you. So I'm like, at that point, I'm like, I don't know if I like this show. Like, I'm like, I'm learning about fishing. I'm like, okay, cool. Like, if you like grilled it over like the campfire, and then you were like, fish, I'd be like, yeah, this is fun. So yeah, so then basically they eat that, and then they start cleaning up, and she's like, okay, well, I am about to go to dinner and my meet this girl who's going to be my sister. And she's like, oh, that's funny. I'm about to go to dinner.
And meet this other girl who's supposed to be my sister.
So I'm like, okay. So they're both going to go home, and then like they'll meet up at a restaurant. And we end up going to the first girl's house, and like her mom, like I don't know, she's like, go home and put up her stuff, and then like the mom's like clearing the table, and she's like, all right, come help set the table. And I'm like, huh? And then like you hear a knock on the door. I'm like, oh, they're eating at her house. Yeah, that fits. Like going to dinner. It's just usually you say you're going over to somebody's house for dinner. If you just say going to dinner, that means you're going to a place. But okay. And yeah, then they find out that the 2 girls already met and they already ate. And I'm like, y'all were supposed to. Is that one of them things where it's like, oh, I don't want to seem like I'm greedy, so I'll eat before dinner, and then at dinner I'll have like a salad and some water, so I don't scare the person off or something. I'm like, okay, but I'm like, yeah, maybe the first girl thought that, but the other girl, she's just like going on a whim. She's like, ooh, fish. Oh, you're like, hey, I'm going to dinner. I'm like, I'm not hungry. I already ate. It's like, what? Why did we do dinner? We could have done something else if y'all already ate. Like, so, so they're just like, oh, you already ate, cool. And then they just move on. And then like, then the new family members start moving into the house, and like, it's kind of awkward. Like, I feel as awkward as the characters do, where they're like, new people are moving in, and now they're family, and then like later on the evening, like you hear a knock on the wall, and I'm like, That's not the door. I don't understand. And then she like just pulls back a little section of the wall, and she's like, "Are you sure that it's okay that I'm sleeping in your dad's room?" And she's like, "Yeah, it's fine." And I'm like, you can kind of tell that she's like forcing herself to move on,
Mm-hmm.
and she also kind of knows that like, yeah, it's like moving on is a thing. So it's like awkward, yes, but like,
Mm.
what else are you gonna do? Like, there's only a one
Yeah.
other room, and like, I'm just like, I feel kind of awkward. So it's like,
Yeah.
then yeah, then the next day, oh, one thing that's interesting is the new sister and the dad. They're a family that cooks, and in the original family, only the dad cooked.
Mm-hmm.
So they had this kitchen with a lot of supplies and everything, but the which is unusual, like typical stereotypical like Japanese family, and like even like back in the old days, for our kind of families, like the mom cooked and took care of the kitchen and all that kind of stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
it was an interesting fit that the daughter and the dad cooked, and then the mom and the daughter didn't cook, and like now they're kind of like pieced together. Um, so um, yeah, that was one interesting thing about it. And then oh, she what was it? I think one thing that the original girl, did know how to make is like um a different type of sashimi where she put it on top of rice with like some kind of sauce. And she taught her new sister how to make that. And then um they served some to the new dad, and um yeah, he liked it, and the new daughter left, and like then it was the original daughter and the new father, and then he asked another awkward question, and I'm like, please stop. I don't want to go through this. I'm like, I just want a happy show with girls fishing and cooking. Like,
See, but what you're describing now seems more like in the lines of what I had originally thought the show was going to be about.
yeah. So I'm like, I don't know exactly how much they're gonna dip into it. It's like
Mm.
it's been like a few situations here and there. Um, so as far as drama, I wouldn't say drama, but they do like bring up the subject from time to time.
Well, I
So,
mean, considering the fact that it was in the synopsis, I figured it was going to be more of a focal point of the whole story is her being able to live her life and move on from the fact that her dad's gone,
hmm,
which sounds to me like it was her primary family at that time.
hmm.
So,
So yeah. As far as the characters go, um, this is like the weakest mom character. I'm like, a lot of the other mom characters, they're the caretaker. They make all the food and all that kind of stuff. And it's like this mom, she's the caretaker and everything, and they order out and stuff like that. And like the daughter like knew some basic things that that the dad used to make, and but other than that, like the mom, she doesn't really play like that big of a part. She's kind of like the daughter would come up with something, and the mom's like, "Oh yeah, that's a good idea." And I'm like, "Mom, you're useless." Like,
hmm
I'm like, yeah, I don't know. But then I'm like, she just lost her husband, so I'm like, she's probably like withdrawn. So I don't know. Um, yeah, it's a weird situation. Um, I'm interested to see like how things play out. Um, every now and then I'm like, I feel awkward, but
yeah, but see, that's the thing where I thought this was going to be at. It was just that awkward character drama, social, someone coming to terms and being able to resume their life kind of situation. So
yeah, out of all the cute girls doing cute things shows that I like, I would say maybe you like this one. But yeah. Oh, one thing is they have a fridge full of fish. Like there's nothing, there's barely anything in the fridge, but just fillets and fillets and fillets of fish. And I'm like, is that what you just do all day? Just go out, grab a couple of fish, and then come back inside, and then go to school, and come back, and after school, go back out and grab some more fish. And I'm like,
I mean, it's not bad.
certain fish, I'm like, certain fish you can't eat all the time because of all the heavy metals. So I'm like, what else do y'all eat? I'm like,
yeah, but at the same time, they're getting freshwater fish that in areas that don't have that issue.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's what it is.
That would be my thought on that, at least.
Okay. So yeah, I'm like, maybe that's what the big difference is between these shows. Because I'm like, it's not super funny and it's not super bubbly.
And see, that's what I would prefer.
Yeah, so I'm like, yeah, I would say check it out. Like,
Okay. Well, it was definitely one that was on my list. That's for sure.
uh, um, yeah, I'm curious where it's gonna go. Like, there's gonna be other characters, and I'm like, I'm
Oh,
curious.
for sure.
I'm curious because but in the pictures, what six girls? I'm like, we've only seen two, so I'm wondering how the show's gonna play out and like what the other characters' stories are. Because it's like you can't really add anymore like that whole like bubbly like smorgasbord of random characters to this because it wouldn't match. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, it's honestly, I think I probably should check this one out because it sounded exactly what I was thinking it was going to be, which I'm curious about. I haven't watched a good character drama in a long time.
All right. So the next show we're gonna be talking about is Sana Beast Doll by Koi Wasuru.
This is actually one we both have.
Yeah.
So we both get to have a score on this one.
Or My Dress Up Darling.
So what did you want to give this one?
I give this show a 4 out of 5, pending a 5, because it takes me for a wild ride. Like, I love the way the characters are, and I have no idea where it's going. And I know that there's going to be definitely some drama later on because it's like,
I would agree.
it's like you have the popular girl that's like bumping the trend of being proud of what she likes, and nobody really faults her for that, compared to a character who has something that he loves and is scared to show it because whenever he shows it to somebody, he gets an adverse reaction. So,
now I'm curious because of the fact that they did what they did, or she had to argue that point, if he is going to have to stand up for her at some point.
yeah.
And I think that might be the turning point in his story when he actually takes the initiative and stands up for her and what she wants to do.
So they definitely set that up, and like towards the end, it's like when she actually gets her the thing he's making for her, I'm wondering how that's gonna go. Because it looks like so far she hasn't like stepped out with that yet.
I'm caught up on that, so I've already seen some things.
Oh, okay. So what do you give this show?
No, I would agree. 4 out of 5. Mine's not necessarily penning to 5. I think 4 out of 5. overall, and I'm not really sure I could potentially give it a 5 because it's definitely a slice of life story
Mm-hmm.
in regards to that, and I'm not a huge fan of slice of life stories, unless they're very much different. Which this one has some interesting drama to it, but I don't think there's really a whole lot of differences in regards to how this one I perceive is probably going to play out in a lot of ways.
Okay.
Um, if they were to change it up in like some other drastic fashion, where I don't know. It's too grounded. That's what I say. It's too grounded. There's no real wiggle room for there to be any funny business or anything that goes kind of crazy or off the wall. I think what we're gearing up towards is essentially a person who will finally get over their own trauma from being a kid and being told that their hobby was for girls, and he didn't understood why he was obsessed with dolls, um, and then finding someone who cares about them, because obviously she's her friends at the beginning of her story arc were trying to set her up with some boys, but she had no interest in them. She had no interest in them because they didn't have an interest in anything she was interested in.
Yeah.
And so by doing what he's doing, he's already showing that he has an interest, and it's going to bring him a long way. And I think, like we said before, it's going to culminate in him actually standing up for her and what she thinks and what she wants to do, and looking someone else down that he would never have done to begin with.
Yeah. And I would say, even not only do they not have an interest in what she's interested in, they put it down whether
Yeah.
they even know, like, whether it's jokingly, as in like, we always make fun of this kind of stuff, all right?
Hmm.
Or he actually doesn't like it. Like, it was one of
Yeah.
them things where it was like a empty empty put down, and I'm like, you
See,
probably don't even know about the subject.
and I already see where it's heading to, because what's going to end up happening is one of the guys that she essentially rejected because of them making fun of what she likes to do is going to see the two of them together, get jealous over that,
Oh
and
shit.
then do something to him in order to try to get back with her, which of course is going to backfire, but then there's going to be a confrontation involved with that, in which he is going to basically, okay, so either it's going to be him, or step two is the father, one of the parents. We haven't met the parents yet, have we? Mother or father of the
Of the
girl,
main guy? Of the
of the
girl.
girl.
Oh.
What if the parents basically ridicule their daughter for the interest that she has?
Because they have some kind of high standing in society, and like that's embarrassing.
Yep.
Shit, this is a drama.
Yep.
Oh my god. Okay.
So either it's gonna remain in school, and it's going to be a boy that she rejected, that had rejected her interest, or it's going to involve her family, her parents, because we haven't seen them yet, and she hasn't mentioned them yet either. But it's going to involve her parents, because here's, you know what? I can almost guarantee you it's going to involve the parents. Now that I'm thinking about it, you know why? Remember
Mm,
when they went shopping for the materials that she was going to need in order for her outfit?
mm.
She gave him a bunch of money, right? Said, go ahead and buy all the materials. But what did she say she had to do to get that money? She said, I worked jobs part time in order to save up enough money in order to get them.
I don't. That may be past episode one. Where I ended, he agreed to make
Okay,
this.
okay,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
okay. Okay, so yes, I am further along than you are in that regards.
Okay.
But no, that was mentioned. It was
Okay.
mentioned in passing, but it was mentioned, and I'm pretty sure because she mentioned that, and then the way she mentioned it is probably because her parents would never have given her any money in order for her to do that.
Yeah.
So it's going to be her parents.
Okay.
Her parents are going to do something. They're probably going to take one of her outfits that she's either this original one that he's going to make for her, or one later on down the line and absolutely wreck it, tear it apart, ruin it. Maybe even take whatever, from the characters that she's trying to do and wreck that stuff or whatever. Trash all of
Like
the stuff that she has that as far as what she idolizes from.
some evil stepsisters.
Yeah, I guarantee you it's probably going to be the dad. It's usually the situation that it puts them in. It's probably going to be the dad. The dad's going to say you're being too childish. You're grown up. You need to act your age, and you need to understand that this is not a hobby that a refined young woman would have.
Think
And
what other people will think and blah 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 kind of stuff.
yep. She's going to feel dejected. She's going to start to agree with it because it's her parents and she has no other choice in that regards. Or she might try to stand up for it and end up getting kicked out. One or the other.
Yeah.
And then he's going to have to intervene. He's going to take it upon himself because of the fact that she helped him and realizing his what he wanted to do was right and just, and he's going to go and confront them for it.
Yeah. I would say if it was either of the two, what I've seen before is like she stands up to them and like runs away, and then him and his grandpa are gonna take her in, and like everything will be fine, and then like drama will just rain upon them once the parents find out where she is.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. I feel like I already watched the show. Like, man, that show's good. All right.
But now I'm, even if it's predictable in that regards, I'm curious to see how it's going to pan out. Is it
Oh
going to
yeah.
pan out exactly the way we're going to think it's going to pan out, or is there going to be some differences in between it? Because it could be a fact that she runs away and she doesn't go to him, and she just runs away, and he has to go looking for her, and then maybe ends up like saving her life
Mhm.
because she's distraught and doesn't know what else to do. And maybe it'll be a case of like the parents actually accept him. Or maybe it'll be the case of the parents could never accept them for what they enjoy and what they want to do. And
Mhm.
she ends up getting with him and living. And once his grandfather, as old as he is, I'm sure here soon probably passes away. He might pass away in the middle of the show.
It's gonna suck.
Yeah,
I hope not. He's cool.
he
He's
is.
like
But
he's like from a time when those dolls were like revered and like
yeah,
sought after. So it was
and he does such a wonderful job in creating them too. Even the main character, the guy, has said already that he's nowhere near the artisan that his grandfather is. So he reveres him. And if he had to put it up to the test, it would be hard for him to think that he could even come close to matching him. Oh, oh,
oh
that
no.
that disturbs me. What if the grandfather does die? He tries to keep the business going. She encourages him, and instead of the fact that the parents reject her hobbies, what if they try to set her up an arranged marriage? Because she is like from some hoity-toity family or whatever, and those dolls get ordered for marriages too, right?
Hmm.
What if he gets ordered to create
Oh,
for
no,
for
no, don't do
for her
that.
marriage?
No. What a dick move. No, don't do that.
I'm just saying, there's a possibility in that. All right, I'm just saying. It was not a pleasant thought that crossed my mind too, but I started thinking about where I've seen those dolls most times, and the big extravagant wedding ceremonies and stuff like that. And you realize, even when in the very first episode, when the grandfather was talking to him as a boy about those dolls, he even made reference to the fact that they were bride and groom. I'm hoping it ends up being the case of that ends up being him and her, but there's
Yeah,
also the possibility that the parents get twisted out of shape and saying, no, you can't be with somebody who's just creates dolls.
yeah,
And your hobby of cosplaying is stupid and immature, and you need to grow up.
yeah.
I can see it. There's
I'm
a
very, I'm very excited to see where this show goes.
there's
It's
there's
like,
there's depending upon how dark it goes, there's a couple different ways that this could go.
yeah,
Everything could be peaches and cream and perfectly fine, no issues, no problems. It's something stupid and silly, like a boy at her school causing some shit, and he has to stand up and do what's right, and that's end of story there. Could be a case of the parents being a little bit darker about that and just pretty much disowning her because she has this silly hobby that she won't let go or whatever. Or it could be a case of they end up getting she gets prearranged marriage. None of those options are necessarily great, but they're definitely steps of darkness in between each one of those.
yeah, yeah. I'm curious which way this show's gonna go. And watch it be like something complete, like we don't even think of it. I'd be like, awesome, even better.
As long as it makes sense, I'm all for it. But if they just try to make a twist in it, if they try to M. Night Shyamalan this thing, I'm gonna be a little upset because I'm like, you had a perfectly good premise. Yes, you
You,
set it up.
we gave you three options. You didn't pick any of them.
And we set you up in the volleyball terms. We set you up for the spike, and instead of spiking it, you frickin' threw it into the parking lot. What the hell?
You whiffed, it hit you in your nose started bleeding, you slipped on it, twisted your ankle, now you're out for the rest of the season. Ah.
Basically.
All right. But
So
yeah, we shall see how this one plays out. All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is Tensai Oji no Akaji Kokasaki Sase Jutsu, or The Genius Prince's Guide to Raising a Nation Out of Debt.
so
I
did you watch
looked
this one?
I looked at the picture for this one, and Realist Hero did not remind me of Realist Hero. And then I scrolled down and I looked at the newer picture of this one, and I was like, oh, that's Realist Hero, and I skipped it.
So we had some speculation when this first one came up. I'm gonna say 4 out of 5 for this one as well, by the way.
Okay.
So we had some speculation when this one first came up of like, well, what is it? How is this going to plan out? How is this? Because it seemed kind of strange according to the title itself, as far as what they would do with it. So the funny thing about this is that it pretty much the way we thought it was going to be is kind of the way it is.
Okay.
He really so his dad he is the prince. He's not actually the king. He is the prince. His dad is deathly ill. He's in recovery. They don't know if he's going to make it. So he had to step up and become sovereign ruler essentially. He hates it. He wants nothing to do with the responsibilities. he would be happier if he could essentially get rid of the kingdom and sell it off to somebody else to go rule it for him, because he just doesn't want to have anything to do with the responsibilities for it. He just doesn't want the responsibility. It basically gives him headaches and aneurysms every time someone comes into him with a problem, and he's just like, I don't want to deal with this. Just go away. Why? Well, can we just sell this kingdom to somebody, please? Just what are we gonna do to get this out of here? But see, every time he tries to think of a way where he's like, okay, so this other nation's attacking. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put up a good fight, but their army is stronger than our army. So what's going to end up happening is that their army is going to overwhelm our army. We're going to retreat, and because we don't have anything else to defend ourselves after that, we're basically defenseless. They'll overrun, take over the kingdom. We'll hightail it out of here. Bing bang boom, problem solved. Here's the problem with that. He overestimated the opponent's army strength. And he did kind of lead the army just a little bit and gave him a few little suggestions, but he didn't think anything major would come of it, because he thought, oh, that's a childish trick. That's a simple trick. Anybody else is going to see through it. No problem. But at least I look like I'm doing my job, because I gave them the orders, hey, let's go ahead and do a charge, but then pull back, because they'll chase after you, thinking that they're the dominant force, and then we'll have another force because you chase them into a ravine, and we'll have another force on top that just rains death down from above, and they won't expect it. Well, it happened just that way. And then he's like, "We weren't supposed to win. Why did? How did we kill the enemy general? We weren't supposed to win. This makes no sense. They're running away. That should be us running away. Why are they running away and we're not running away?" And then his generals are like, well, there's a gold mine around here. Now that we've, we might as well hit while the iron's hot. Let's go ahead and, they advanced on us. Let's cross over to their border and let's go ahead and take that gold mine from them, since it's within striking distance. And he's like, okay, so here's what I'm going to do. They're hyped about this, but if I give them some reasonings, but I make it sound like it's not going to work, if any sane person would think not going to work, they'll disagree with me on this, and they'll go, "Oh, you know what? You're right. You know what? We shouldn't go after this. Stupid decision. Let's go ahead and pull back." Yeah, they didn't do that. So it's like every step along the way, he's like, "All right, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna feign like I'm being good about that, but in the end, it's gonna work out better for me, because I'll be able to get rid of the kingdom and I don't have to worry about it." And then he wins.
So he's just stumbling into success.
Basically.
Wow.
But here's the other thing about that too, though, is like one of the generals. So another general from this kingdom came after the gold mine, after they took it over, and one of his assistants came up and says, "I speak for General so and so." And then he has an assistant, and I think you probably see her, yeah, the white haired chick on the side there next to him.
Left, yeah.
Yeah. She's her assistant. She sees him for who he truly is. She sees the way he is and everything. But she also knows that he kind of, like you said, stumbles into success, and even though he can be stubborn and an ass sometimes, he gets the job done more times than not, kind of situation. So she just kind of lets him have his mopey moments or whatever, and then goes, okay, what are we gonna do then? And then it ends up happening, working out for the best. Well, the assistant for the general came up to their encampment and started, you know, saying, "Oh, you should, surrender." And he kind of wanted to. He's like, "Yeah, no, absolutely, great if you freaking surrender. I'd love to give you this stuff back and not have to worry about this, and then you can come take over my kingdom." But then his assistant makes a snide comment about her lineage or whatever, and he just kind of stops. And you could just tell, oh, that pissed him off. Because then he looks at him so sweetly and goes, "You said you speak for your general, right?" "Yes, I did." "Go ahead and go back to him." And he actually comes up with a plan, and runs it purposefully to himself and the girl infiltrate the general's encampment, and he personally takes out the general. Basically saying, don't ever send somebody to say they speak in your name when they're going to talk crap. And then pretty much beheads them right then and there. So it's like, he's capable. He just has a lack of, I don't want to be bothered.
Yeah.
And he can't make a dumb decision. He makes decisions in the hopes that his opponent is as brilliant as he is, or is at least half as competent as he is. So that way they'll see through what he's trying to do, and he'll be able to get the lifestyle that he wants.
It's like,
it just never works that way.
Yeah, it's like, we're gonna do this and this because any idiot will realize that blah 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 is gonna do this, and it's like, oh, what do we do? We lost again.
Yeah. And then meanwhile, here he is sitting in his tent, going, "How did we win that? Why did we win that? I'm confused." So yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's why I said, you know what? I mean, it's a silly premise in a lot of ways, but the fact that it just keeps working as it is, I'm like, I just want to see if it is ever going to come to a point where it doesn't work, or is he going to end up being like the ruler of like all the kingdoms because he's just going to be that goddamn good. And so we come up to him later, going, "Don't worry, you don't have to worry about your kingdom. You have to worry about all the kingdoms." So,
cool. Who's your favorite character?
I think his assistant actually.
Okay. As soon as I found the question, I was like, yeah, that's probably with me.
Yeah, just because like she kind of placates to him, but also doesn't take his shit.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, he's like, "Oh, woe is me," and she's like, "Hi, yes, woe is you. Here are these decrees. I need you to sign these." Just so. But the dynamic between them, just because of that one scene, I think I'm curious to see how far that's going to go. And the most recent episode, Princess. So he actually trained at the Royal Academy of like the over kingdom of all the kingdoms or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He actually trained at that Royal Academy, and what he didn't know is that the princess for that kingdom was also there training with him.
Mm-hmm.
And now she's shown up and proposed marriage to him.
Okay.
All because she sees the potential in him.
Yeah.
Even when he's just like, because I just started the episode and he's like, why is she here? Why is she doing it? I don't want to know. This is opposite of what I want to do, because this is going to put me further into this. I want to get taken out of this. So.
Cool. All right. The next show and the last show we're going to be talking about is Tokyo 24th Ward.
This is all you.
Yeah.
I did not have anything to do with this one. Last one, and you're the one talking on it.
Yeah. I give this show a 4 because it is way cooler than I thought it was going to be.
So it surpassed your expectations, and that's why you're giving it a 4.
Yeah. I thought that this was going to be one of those shows where the 24th ward is like the ward that's the have-not ward, where everybody there is like under the poverty line and is struggling, and all the other districts are like in great shape and rich. And they have not talked about the other districts, other wards at all. I'm like, well, why is it named 24th Ward? I don't get it. The dialogue on this show is dense. Like, I am probably too tired to read the subtitles for this show. Like,
that's fair.
Like, and it's like not dense like some shows are dense. Like the average person would be like, "Oh, this is a dense anime. You gotta like research and like pause and read this about like read it over. You gotta be paying attention every second." And I'm like, no, 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 no. This is just an average show that has some high caliber dialogue. And I'm like, I just wanted to lay back and like watch some cool stuff. And I'm like, you really need me to pay attention. And it's like not pay a whole lot of attention and like do notes and stuff, but like more than the average. Like Konosuba, I'm like, I can miss a line or two and be like, I know what's happening. Like this show, I'm like, I gotta what did he say? Because whatever he said is very important to what you're doing. And I don't know what you're doing because you're not telling me. So now I gotta rewind and go back and read what he said because then I'll know what you're doing. And I'm like, I'm gonna miss a lot on this show. I'm like, stuff's gonna be happening. And I'll be like, why is he doing that? And then like episodes later, I'm like, oh. And then I'll go back to the episode and read. I'm like, oh, he said it. He like literally told me and I just missed it. So that's the only thing about this show that I'm like worried about. But other than that, I watched the first episode. It's a very high octane episode. After it, like it's one of them like a firecracker, or like some kind of firework, where it's like you light it and it's like, and you're like, that's pretty, and then it like gets to the thing and you're like, oh. And then the thing starts glowing red, and you're like, "Oh, it's not supposed to do that." And it's like, "Go, go, 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 go!" So, yeah, you have. Oh, and it's one of those stories where like it starts out with a tragedy, and then like drags that tragedy through the whole first episode, and it's like, this sucks because it's like a time skip in there, and you're like, So, um, there's a lot of things in the show that I'm like, I don't understand why this is happening, but they haven't. For that I know they haven't explained it. So,
Okay.
Basically, there are these childhood friends. There's 4 childhood friends. Something happens to this school, and the guy in the middle, he is the hero guy. He's the strongest of the group. He's the fastest of the group. He's the one that saves everybody whenever anything happens. And basically, there's a building on fire, and everybody gets out except for one person. And the hero guy shows up, and he's like, "Where's so and so?" And he's like, "Oh, she went back in to get the person who never made it out." And of course, he like puts on like he's about to go in, like like as soon as you meet him, you're like, "Oh, he's the guy that's going to run into the building."
Mm-hmm.
So he like goes, runs, jumps in a pool, and everybody's like, "No, don't do it, don't do it." And like, oh, that makes it like I'm remembering the episode, and like character traits are like tying into the beginning of the show, beginning of the episode. The redhead guy, he's the tech guy. He live streams. He's the like street artist where he's like doing graffiti all over the place while trying like and avoiding being caught. He is the guy who has drones. He's the guy who can hack into things. He is the full-on tech guy.
Mm-hmm.
He basically pulls up a drone and he's like, "Hold on a second, let me send the drone in, and then we'll know where you can go, so you don't waste your time."
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm like, well, what if he gets lucky and goes in and finds her right away, and we waited for your drone and you started in the wrong spot and it took longer? So I'm like, both of y'all are right, but a decision needs to be made now, and I don't know who to choose.
Yeah.
So I'm like, that's a dilemma. Um,
I would say. Yeah.
and then the green hair guy, they call these people RGB, and I'm like, why are they called R? And not me. During the fire episode, everybody was like kind of tinted red, so I didn't notice like one guy has green hair, one guy has red hair, and one guy has blue hair, RGB. And I'm like, yeah. So the green hair guy, he's the voice of reason. He's like a leader type.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of like the guy with the motor legs in My Hero. Uh, he is basically working on his way to be he's gonna be a politician. Uh, and basically he's trying to talk reason into the guy, and the guy doesn't listen. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure the girl that went in to save him is like his crush. So he's like, I need to go get her out and save whoever else is in there. So he like ignores just completely ignore, I'm not listening, I'm going in now. And he grabs both of them and like headbutts all three of them. Those two guys pass out. And I'm like, the drone! He can still help you with the drone when you're in there. Why did you knock him out? Like, so then he goes, runs, jumps in a pool. And I'm like, oh, so like he
It
doesn't
helps to
get
damper the.
burned. So I'm
Yeah.
like, smart little thing to just add in. I'm like, as far as this show's like being an action show, if it is, I'm like, it's gonna be a high caliber one because it's like he jumped into a pool, so he can like they didn't have to barricade it. There's just like a little side thing. He jumps into a pool, jumps out, puts on a helmet, runs to the building. And I'm like, oh, I'm gonna like this show. But he didn't make it dumb. I'm like, he's the guy. He could be like, it's over on this side when he was on the wrong side. I'm like, God, he's such a.
Yeah, but as you have someone who's like that, who's gonna try to put themselves in your way and say, "Hey, you need to trust me and do this first," it's that indecision and that inability to do something that's gonna cause an issue. And who knows if he would have done, he'd been more worried about you or would have actually have taken the job seriously. I mean, that's, you know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah,
yeah, he could have helped, but he also could have been kind of a hindrance at the same time.
true.
So,
Yeah, he busts in and starts going down like a couple halls, and then he's yelling out, and you eventually hear like whatever she said, not like over here, like something that caught his attention.
yeah.
And he ends up going down the hall, and what you end up seeing is that the girl who was missing, one of the main group's friends, she dove over the girl that was still trapped in there to protect her from the ceiling caving in.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, the ceiling caved in, mortally wounding the girl. She was still alive at the time, but um, basically, it was too late. And he got the debris off of them and saved both of them, but then like she probably like passed at the hospital or like moments later. And then time skip, and you wake up to the blue guy, and um, you can tell that from that moment on, his like enthusiasm for life is kind of just petered out, and he's kind of just not really a bum because he is helping people, but basically he was destined for better things, probably like going into law enforcement or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But because of the incident, he's like just stays at home and like helps his because his parents own a bakery, and he basically just like helps them out every now and then. And like if there's like some thugs coming around in the neighborhood, he'll like deter them and stuff like that. And yeah, so his mom, I think, um, looks like she's 12, or that's his younger sister, and
one of those, huh?
And his younger sister is like, "You need to do this, son." And I'm like, "Why are you calling him your son? You're his younger sister." I don't know, but his mom looks very like it's weird. It's not. It's like if his mom was the teacher from Index, except like more serious and like does all the stuff that a typical anime mom does. And I'm like, are you really his mom? I'm like, you act like his mom, you look like his mom, but you're really, really tiny and cute, and you look like you're 12. And I don't know if I should just stop talking now because it's probably rude. I'm sorry. so, um, so yeah, they go to the restaurant that they normally hang out, and the redhead guy's like doing this live stream with him, like doing street art and stuff like that. And the actually no, they don't go to the restaurant until afterwards. They basically the redhead guy's doing street art and doing his live stream, and he's like drinking way too many energy drinks. I'm like, they like put all the stereotypes in him. I'm like, I'm pretty sure he like games at night and like just all the stereotypes towards like just put it all on him. Then the politician guy, he has like his assistant that's with him, and he's like about to go to some meeting or something, and they're doing all of this stuff right before the memorial service from the fire that happened 1 year ago, maybe, or it's the thing that they do every year. And yeah, so they go to that, and the three of them are like in the back, and just kind of going through the service and everything. And then afterwards, they go to the restaurant, and at the restaurant, they all get a phone call from their friend that passed. And instead of like saying, "Oh my God, look," they all of them get the same phone call at the same time from the same person, and they're like, "Oh, I need to step out for a minute," and they all like go like the separate doors and like answer the phone, and I'm like, no, like, I'm
if
like,
someone else's phone goes off when my phone goes off, and that happens to another person too, I'm looking at them and going, "Who's calling you?"
Yeah, and it's from your former friend who passed, and I'm like, they would have been like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm getting a phone call," and they're like, "Oh, me too, me too." I'm like, okay, then like everybody will know. But I'm like, is it one of those situations where like they all had a crush on her, and like they didn't want to tell, so they all went separate ways? It's weird. Like there's something there. And they answer the phone, and like this weird flash happens. Apparently, they all like got powers at that point, and like it's like they get a vision. They get a vision of somebody that they know being stuck on a train track, um, and holding on to a dog. And then it's kind of like, you know, that one show that like that show that they get the flags. There's like, here's a situation. You need to choose A, B, or C. Like that voice comes over the phone.
Yeah.
Like there's a train that's traveling at this speed, and you have two choices. You can derail the train, or you can let the train run over the lady. And I'm like, what's happening? I'm like, this is weird. And then the phone call ends, and then they all come back in, and like they all need to go to, like, at the same time. The reason why that train is going is because they're opening like a new subway station or something. I can't remember. Everybody's talking too much, and there's too much information to put in. But basically, the mayor, is opening. The green-haired guy's dad is the mayor, and he's opening a new train station. And that train just happens to be going to soon run over their friend. And I'm like, I don't get it yet. And like, then all of a sudden the dog shows up, and I'm like, oh, that's the dog from Division. And then like the girl picks it up, I'm like, oh, that's the girl that's might be run over soon. And like they start talking, to like, oh, that's their friend, okay. And then something happens, and no, she's like, oh, she wants to go to the opening train ceremony. I guess it's like something that everybody in town wanted, I guess.
No.
Yeah, I didn't know where she was going. She was like, oh, I got to go to the thing. And like, she left, and everybody else went on doing what they were doing before the Mora service. And I'm like, okay. And then they start showing the mayor talking about the train. And then she's like, oh, I'm finally here. And I'm like, no, train, no. And I'm like, it's already too late. She's already there. I'm like, what the hell? And something happens. I guess somebody bumps her, and she has the dog in like a little bag thing. And like, she drops the bag, and then the dog starts running off. And I'm like, oh, this is how it happened. Okay, we'll just catch the dog. You're far away from the train tracks, so that should be easy. And she's like, come back. And I'm like, hell, this dog's gonna make it all the way down to the stupid scene of the future accident. And then something clues the three guys in, and they find out like that premonition that they had is coming true.
Mm-hmm.
And they basically like turned around and started heading towards the incident. And all of a sudden, the blue-haired guy has super strength, and he's super fast, and he's like climbing up buildings and jumping off rooftops. And I'm like, just run on the ground.
So he's Superman.
So
here's the thing, though, is that if he just got these powers, he may be using them without meaning to use them, and he might not know how he can just run on the ground without doing that.
I'm like, he's like doing parkour and like swinging off of beams and stuff. And I'm like, it would be faster if you just ran. I'm like, he's playing on rooftops, and I'm like, okay, he's not gonna make it. Yeah. And then the tech guy, he like all of a sudden is this super hacker, even though he was already a hacker, and like he can hack into everything. And like he sends his drone like over to go to try to help. And I'm like, what is the drone gonna do against a speeding train?
Catch it all in 4K, man. Catch it all in 4K. We gotta get them clicks, man. We gotta get them clicks. What are you talking about?
So, and then the other guy, he is just trying to get there. And what was it? Oh, he doesn't like his assistant following him all the time. So he was like, basically like, you're dismissed. And like, she put a tracker on him so she could like follow him. And like, there's a scene earlier where he like, oh, I thought I saw something, and like his assistant's like behind the thing. So it's one of those situations where it's like her boss is like, you need to follow him at every moment. And she's like, okay, yes. And she's dedicated to that. And he's like, leave me alone. And she's like, okay. And like hides in the shadows. Like, okay, anyway. So he's trying to hurry up and get there. And then she like pulls up on a motorcycle, and he's like, thanks. And he like grabs the motorcycle and starts heading towards the place. And I'm like, okay, he's going to get there first. I don't know what he's going to do with a motorcycle. And I'm like, he doesn't really seem like he could do anything about helping her off the train track. But okay, so basically he gets there, convinced, because his dad was like about to say stop the train, just pull the lever. That's the choice in the premonition. And what they saw is if you did that, it would be going too fast, and it would like cause a huge accident, and tons of people would die. So he basically said some mysterious quote that they always do that like stopped his dad in his tracks, and it's like, no, don't stop the train. Like just like everybody focus on slowing the train down. And so they in oh
That's still a horrible thing to try to do. So
yeah, so I'm like, it was like slowly. I'm like, nah, that's still a bad idea. Um, so they all disperse trying to figure out how to slow the train down. The guy with the drone like flies it the train in front of the train and sprays paint all over the windshield, and then the train's like, oh no, emergency, and like automatically turns on the brakes. So basically, whatever with all the action, with all the police.
Why couldn't he hack into the freaking console of this train and be like, "Hey, can you stop your train, please?" Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, so I'm like, I don't know. Maybe they said it or something and I missed it, but yeah. So he forced on the brakes, and then so it gives whoever might get there in time more time. And the girl, she's like,
get there.
yeah, yeah, and the dog, basically the dog's leash, because he was in a carrying thing with his leash on, which I'm like, I'm like, do you carry a dog in a purse thing, and the dog's also wearing his leash in the purse thing?
I mean,
Or
if you're afraid he's going to be wandering off at some point.
yeah, I guess that dog's hard headed, like bad dog. So so yeah, so basically the leash that he had on got caught on one of the things, and when she was chasing after the dog, because he was like, yeah, she like, oh, and skidded, and her leg got caught under the rail. So I'm like, so it cut back to her like trying to get loose, and when the brakes hit, it cut to her looking down the track to the train, and the train was like, it was still coming like really fast. So I'm like, nice shot, but still, how is this gonna resolve?
Yeah.
So the guy stops playing around on top of buildings, and he actually gets somewhere where he can actually like get close to the train, and he leaps off the last building and lands on top of the train. And I'm like, if you're that strong, no. I'm like, he can't just like push the train out. I don't know. It's still like derailing it. I'm like, I don't know what he's gonna do. And he's like, he lands on the train. He's like, boom, 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 boom. And I'm like, just gain composure. I'm like, just bouncing across the top of
that actually kind of reminds me of Hancock, where
Ah.
he stops the train instead of actually moving the guy's car.
Oh.
And everyone was just like, "Hey, why didn't you just move the car and then we would have been fine?" And he's just like, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, yeah, in the heat of the moment, sure, it's easy to be like, well, why didn't you do this? Or like when you're after the fact or whatever. But in the heat of the moment, you're just like, I just need to get something stopped.
Yeah. So yeah, he's like bouncing across the top of the train. He finally gains his composure and then starts running across the top of the train. And I'm like, he's not going very fast. I don't think he's gonna make it in time. So then he jumps off the train and is now running right in front of the train, like 2 feet in front of the train. And I'm like, that's not enough time to save her. I'm like,
He's got it. He's got
grab
it.
her and her legs just gonna just pop out of the under the rail? I'm like, what? What are you doing? And then all of a sudden he like all of a sudden just gains this like extra gear and just starts running faster. And it's not much faster. It's like now he's 5 feet in front of the train instead of 2 feet. And I'm like,
oh, yeah, that works.
I'm like,
hey, those
this
3
is
feet.
not enough. I get that you don't want to turn him into the Flash and like give him unlimited speed.
Mm-hmm.
But give him a little, like just like another like 10% more or something. Cause this is like, he still doesn't have an, like, it's 5 feet in front of a slowing down, but still bullet train. I'm like, come on. So he gets 10 feet in front of her, 20 feet. I don't know. It's not enough for me to be like, okay, that was enough space. And he like reaches down and does something, which I guess he like pulls her leg from under the train. It doesn't look like he did. He just like, oh, arm thing. And then now grab the dog and then grab them too and jump out of the way. Safe. And I'm like, no, I don't believe that. No, that's bull.
Fine, you got it.
So he saved her, apparently. And then yeah. Then they all kind of like get together and the episode's over. And I'm like sitting here like, that was not enough space. That was not enough time. He didn't. I don't know what he did with his arm, but that's not pulling somebody's leg from under the rail. And I'm like, he broke the leash when he was pulling it. And I'm like, the piece of metal that it was on was like, it was like this. And like the dog's chain thing, like the leash just went, I'm like, why did you pull it like this and pop it off when you could just give it some slack? I'm like, the dog's like, rah, 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 so he couldn't get slack.
Again, heightened situation. You go for whatever your brain first comes up with versus after the fact, you're like, well, you could have actually done this instead. And it's like, well, I wouldn't think about it. But that's kind of true to life, honestly. That's kind of true to life.
Yeah. And it's like, at this point, I'm like, I don't know. Like, it's very cool. The animation's very nice. The characters are very fleshed out. This is one of those situations where it's like, this is one of those shows that's going to tug on my heartstrings because they're going to keep referring back and flashing back to the friend that's no longer there. I'm like, that's not the only character we're going to lose or almost lose. I'm like, there's definitely going to be some other close calls, and like we may actually lose it. Like, yeah, I'm like, there's some characters that are going to probably get taken away. And I'm like, the setup for this show is amazing. I'm just like, these heroes are flawed. And I'm like, I want a hero to save the day. And I'm like,
you want Superman at his prime. You don't want Superman at his starting point, which I get, but
yeah,
they got to learn how to do what they got to do from the beginning, man. You can't get to the end game before you haven't even gotten Iron Man 1 out of the way. Come on now.
Yeah, so I'm like,
we're not there yet.
That's the one thing that's gonna frustrate me is imperfect heroes. When I'm like, I lost hope. I'm like, we need a hero to save the day. And he's like, I'll do it. And I'm like, but can you make it in time?
You're not gonna be hooked up on the flawed heroes. You're gonna be hooked up. He didn't make it in time. There wasn't enough space for him. How did he do it? No, he didn't do it. I'm gonna be hearing that for like the rest of the season. I have a feeling.
Yeah. So
he's gonna be come episode 12. He is going to be punching bad guys in the face. He is going to be hundreds of miles in front of bullet trains, saving people from them. And you're still going to be like, but you remember in episode 1, he didn't have enough space to get in front of it.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm like, they just got the powers like 5 minutes ago, so it's like, sure. But God, it was the most frustrating superpowers.
Let me give you super strength and super speed and go. All right, you have 10 minutes to go halfway across town and go save this person from a bullet train. Go. Are you going to be Superman come like Justice League where he was like handling it easily? Are you going to be like Captain America when he first got the serum and tried to run, and instead of running, he ended up crashing into the side of a freaking front shop of a glass window because he overbalanced himself because he didn't realize how fast or how strong he was? Yeah. That's what you're going to do.
Yeah. So, just like the other show, if I take this one aspect out.
Oh, no. This doesn't even compare to Creeper Wolf. No.
Yeah. So the reason why I give it a 4 is I see where the 5 is. It may just earn a 5 by like being like, hey, they learned their powers after having them for a while and not just having them for 5 minutes. Um, but yeah, the show is potentially a 5. It hits all like out of the shows that I've loved in the past. This is hitting every single mark, and yeah, I can't wait to see more because it has the makings of a 5. Yeah, so make sure there's not another one. Yep. All right, well, that's it for episode 83 Bucks of Ketchup. All right. Oh no. All right, initial thoughts, not final thoughts. Um, the winter anime for 2022.
Indeed. Got some good ones out there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was a little worried because when we looked at it, it was like
it seemed pretty sparse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The next episode we'll be doing will be for the trailers for spring. Summer is usually the blockbuster season.
Yeah.
So I'm curious what spring is going to be.
Well, I mean, we're here, and we usually at least kind of glance over it just to see if any names jump out at us. So
I see 2 sports shows right up top.
yeah, I was about to say, I'm sure you saw that. Wait, Black Rock Shooter?
Black Rocks, yeah.
Data Live.
Oh, Geek Toys again.
Oh, I've been hearing about that one. Gaikutsu Kishisama.
Oh,
I've been hearing about that one.
what is that one?
You read later.
It's just an anticipated show that you've been hearing on social medias.
And actually seeing commercials for.
Oh, okay. We got Healer Girl.
The library one is
part 3. Ah,
yeah, I need to catch up on that.
yeah, me too.
Komi-sama gets season 2.
Oh, okay. That one's on Funimation, I think. Hopefully the subtitles work.
I thought it was on Netflix.
Oh, okay. What is this? Oh, they're ninjas. Kunoichi. Okay. Who made it? Cloverworks. Okay. Interesting. Another tennis show. Another Love Live. Is that a dragon? What is that? Magia Record? Wait. Monica Magica. Oh.
Shield Hero. Shield Hero season 2.
It's not. What's the name?
I just kind of briefly read the synopsis of one of them, and I thought that's hilarious. Because here's another putting the trope on its standing on its head. After saving the world, the strongest hero Leo became someone who is not wanted in peaceful human world. He was too strong. Exiled, he seeks a job at the Demon King's army, which he had defeated and needs to be rebuilt.
Hey guys, I know we had but
So I mean, I know
Yeah.
I wiped the floor with you and everything, but you want to work together? That's awesome.
There's a lot of shows coming out next season.
I'm not. It doesn't seem to be huge for me, at least. I mean, Shield Hero for sure, and then maybe like one or two others. But I think you have more sequels coming on your side than I do.
Okay. Monica Magica. That's a lot of catching up I'm gonna have to do.
You're never gonna do it. This is the final season of it, man.
So I saw the first season. Of course, I don't remember much of it. Then they had 3 movies that like extended the story, and then this is coming out. Ah, if I had the time, I would grab Kiki and we would we would rewatch the show and then be ready for the final season. What do you mean the final season? It's the second season. I guess.
Am I reading the same one you are? Magia Record Maho Shoujo Madoka Magica Gaiden final season.
Yeah.
That's
there was
final season.
Yeah, because there's one season. Oh.
No, you're missing a season there, buddy.
What?
The Magia Record Maho Shoujo Medical Magica Gaiden second season. And then the first season. So you would have.
Oh! We did talk about this one. They were on a train. Okay, I can't. That's too much. Dang it. We need to. We're gonna do this one on the backlog. Like this is one of the shows that I like.
Oh, there's only 8 episodes of that one.
Yeah. Me and Kiki gotta do a backlog episode of this.
How many episodes are on this one? Oh, that's the manga. Never mind.
Okay.
No, there's 13 episodes on that one. And 12 episodes on that one. So 25, 33 episodes and 2 movies. You got this.
I did it for Dragon Ball Super and then didn't continue Dragon Ball Super because they flubbed the execution just like Demon Slayer did. No, is it Demon Slayer?
Yes.
Yes.
Beginning of Demon Slayer.
yes, it's Demon Slayer, that show.
Well, they redeemed themselves, to be fair, but yes, it was the beginning of Demon Slayer.
Yeah. So.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. Next season got a lot to cover. That should
for you, maybe. Me, not as much.
Yeah. So. All right, that has been episode 83 of Ketchup. As always, DK and Shade. This is DK and Shade. As always, thank y'all for watching. Thanks for hanging out in chat. Thanks for supporting the channel in any way that you do. And we will see y'all next time.